हमारा वो 500 का जूम लिंक काम नहीं आएगा अभी, बहुत लोग हैं अभी ऑनलाइन में।
हाँ सर, हम लोग अभी एडमिट करके ले रहे हैं सर, जैसे जैसे आ रहे हैं, और यूट्यूब लाइव भी हम लोग गए हैं सर अभी। तो इनकेस अगर ज़्यादा पार्टिसिपेंट्स भी आएंगे तो भी वो सीधा का सीधा वहाँ पे जाके ओपन करके देख सकते हैं सर यूट्यूब पे।
अभी तो थोड़ा फॉरेन के अभी आए, थोड़े आने वाले हैं।
हाँ सर, अगर इनकेस अगर ये यानी
अपने स्पीकर भी नहीं आए।
हाँ सर, स्पीकर ओके, ठीक है सर। अगर ऐसा कुछ होता है तो हम लोग इसमें से दो तीन
कितना लिमिट है
सर? 500 सर।
तो फिर वो एक करो 400 पे, फिर रोक देना पड़ेगा।
ओके सर, उतना ही देखता हूँ सर। 400 जैसे ही होता है तो वो थोड़ा सा होल्ड पे रख देंगे सर।
फिर 400 के 425 तक होल्ड पे रखो, 425 तक करो।
ओके ओके
425 तक रखो, बाद में अपने अपना गेस्ट है, मॉडरेटर है, वो लोग आराम से ज्वाइन होते हैं।
ठीक।
कोई
ओके ओके सर,
फॉरेन का लोगों को दे दो, थोड़ा चांस है तो दे दो।
यस यस सर, श्योर श्योर।
500 का लिंक है, 600 का है, जरा पूछ लो पहले आप लोग।
500 सर।
नहीं, एक 100 एक्स्ट्रा आता देखो उसमें, हमारे पास भी सेम लिंक। पूछ लो पहले। यही अब रजिस्ट्रेशन का फ्री लगा लिया तो 2000 लोग आ जाते हैं।
हाँ सर, वही प्रॉब्लम।
हेलो सर।
हाँ रामराव।
हाँ सर। सर 450 पे 425 पे हम लोग रोक देंगे सर।
हाँ 450 पे रोको।
450 पे रोक देंगे सर। हाँ 450 पे रोक के। हाँ
130 गोपी सर जाने होते हैं। 130।
हाँ सर,
130
गोपी सर ज्वाइन होंगे। हाँ सर
130 को गोपी चंद सर जाने।
हाँ सर ठीक है। हाँ सर 130 को ज्वाइन हो रहे ना सर? ठीक है। हाँ फिर हम लोग भी वो करेंगे।
अमित मलिक का भी नाम देखना, डॉक्टर अमित मलिक।
डॉक्टर अमित मलिक लिख के दिया हूँ सर। डॉक्टर अमित मलिक पूरा सबका सर, किसका मॉडरेट रिसोर्स पर्सन मॉडरेटर सबका रेडी है सर लिस्ट। उनके हिसाब से हम ज्वाइन करवा लेंगे। हाँ सर
अमित मलिक में को-होस्ट करना, गोपी सर को भी को-होस्ट करना
सर। यस, अमित मलिक सर एंड गोपीचंद सर को भी को-होस्ट कर देंगे सर।
तो बाद में
सर अभी एक 5 मिनट सर, उनको 5 मिनट अगर अभी ज्वाइन हो जाएंगे तो उनको करके दे देंगे सर।
130 में आते हैं लोग।
130 पे आते हैं सर।
ये हमारा 385 है, वो 450 तक।
हाँ सर
450 आन दो।
450
तो अच्छा रहता है कुछ तो तक।
ठीक है सर। ठीक है सर।
थोड़ा लोग कुछ दिन 50 लोग।
हाँ सर ठीक है सर, 450 तक रोक देंगे सर। ओके सर।
बताना रामाराव, देखो कितना लोग आ जा रहे हैं।
हाँ सर कैसा है, सब लोग मैनेजमेंट वाले भी फ्री करने के लिए बोल रहे थे सर।
आप 50 रुपीज पे लगाया तो 500 आ जाते थे।
सर नहीं कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है सर। कुछ प्रॉब्लम
कोस्ट
सब कर देंगे, मैनेज कर देंगे सर। ओके सर। हाँ मैं कोऑर्डिनेट करता हूँ सर आपसे, जैसे ही मतलब चेयरमैन सर भी अभी चेयरमैन सर को भी हम लेके आने के लिए जा रहे हैं सर।
अभी 400 लोग आए ना, 400 लोग हो गए
अभी 400 हो गया सर 390 पे। हाँ अभी 30-40 को रोक देंगे सर। फिर गोपीचंद सर वगैरह का जब आएगा देखेंगे सर।
बाद में एंट्री दो 450 के होने के बाद, गोपी सर के बाद में
उनका सर 450 तक आने देंगे सर। फिर गोपीचंद सर ज्वाइन हो जाएंगे, फिर अमित मलिक सर ज्वाइन हो जाएंगे। उसके बाद हम लोग चाहे तो दे देंगे सर। फिर बाद में हम इनको भी देंगे सर, रिसोर्स पर्सन और एंड मॉडरेटर।
450 आन दो। 450
नहीं पोस्ट ಮಾಡಿರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್
पोस्ट ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ವಾದಿದ್ರು ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು ಅದು ಒಂದ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಿದೆ
सर। मैं चेयरमैन सर को लेके आने जा रहा हूँ सर।
ओके लेके
हाँ सर। हाँ उनको भी रेडी कर, सबको रेडी करके रख देंगे सर इसीलिए। हाँ ओके सर। ओके सर।
हाँ रामाराव।
हेलो 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 क्या हुआ
Empathic position है.
तुम रेडी हो गई हो बैठो इधर से
Okay.
आप लोग क्या हो जाएगी
It's 9 o'clock.
Amar sir, please check Amit Malik sir, Gopi Chand sir join or not.
I joined, Rajesh sir. Amit here. I have joined in.
Amit sir join. Thank you, Amit sir.
I'm checking with Gopi sir to join in, sir.
Okay, okay. हमारा लिम को ले लिम स्पीकर है लिम गुन वही लिम ये मैं भी फॉरेन के लोग है रोज लिम बोल के नाम है नामा चेक करो फॉरेन
Hello. 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 Hello.
हमेशा गोपी सर 5 मिनट्स में आते बोले थे, थोड़ा देखो ना.
Yeah. He said by 1:48 or so he will join in 5 minutes maximum.
Okay.
He's joining. Yeah, he's joining, sir. Message me.
हेलो
Hello, brother. New method.
हेलो
पढ़ो।
रामाराव सर स्टार्ट कर दो, गोपी सर आ गए। रामाराव सर।
यस यस सर यस सर
Yes, sir. Honorable dignitaries, resource persons, and dear participants, good afternoon to you all. Ellen G. White in her book, Counsels on Diet and Food says, to keep the body in a healthy condition should be the study of a life, in order that all parts of the living machinery may act harmoniously. The children of God cannot glorify him with sickly bodies or dwarfed minds. Continuing in the book Education, she says, true education is the harmonious development of the physical, the mental, and the spiritual parts. It prepares the student for the joy of the service in this world and the higher joy of wider service in the world to come. With these thoughts in mind, I, Mr. Sadanand Khuri, a faculty of Kele Society's Lingraj College, extend a warm welcome to you all to witness and be a part of the one-day international webinar on physical, psychological, and spiritual discipline, a key to well-being in the new normal, organized by the Department of Psychology and Department of Physical Education and Sports in association with International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Associations. A special welcome goes to Professor Rajesh Kumar, Principal, University College of Physical Education, Osmania University of Hyderabad, and President, IFPEFSSA. Dr. Amit Malik, Vice President, Strategy, Knowledge Management and Partnership, ELMS Sports and Reliance Foundation. He is the promoter of physical literacy in India and at international level. Professor L.B. Lakshmikant Rathod, Principal, Nizam College, Hyderabad, and General Secretary, IFPEFSSA. A warm welcome to you and the other resource persons. Our ancient cultures pointed to a connection between body, mind, and spirit, and recognize that each compose a part of the whole. Integrative medicine and health psychology are beginning to recognize that health is influenced not only by the physical body, but by the spiritual, mental, and emotional bodies too. Your health is dependent on all these four facets. Our physical body is affected by emotions and thought process. Spiritual body is your connection with energy. It could have more to do with attainments in the body or the quantum energy on the surface level. The mental body is your thought, but the deeper level, it is the domain of your beliefs, desire, values, and goals. And beliefs are opinions and convictions that we hold as being true without any evidence or proof. In simple words, soul wellness can be addressed at the workplace by encouraging people to engage with other co-workers. During COVID-19, this entire process of our mind and body is disturbed. The population is experiencing extreme stress, anxiety, and worry about present and future, and entering into a stage of panic and uncertainty. To overcome this, we have to offer programs like stress management, meditation, yoga, mindfulness training, and sending each other inspirational quotes, etc., that will boost our total health in the context of the new normal. May I now take this moment to welcome and introduce the chief guest. We have amidst us an eminent and distinguished personality who relentlessly served the field of education and healthcare, a dynamic source of life who upheld the maxim, work is worship, as a chief guest of the inaugural session. Our beloved and most honorable Chairman, Sir, Dr. Prabhakar Kore, an embodiment of good health. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Prabhakar Kore is the chairman of the Karnataka Lingayat Education Society, Belagavi, which runs over 260 educational institutions in India and abroad. He's also the chancellor of Keli Academy of Higher Education and Research in Belagavi and Keli Technological University in Hubli. A multifaceted personality, a rare visionary, he has redefined and redesigned Keli society. Dr. Prabhakar Kore has diverse interests and commitments in various domains, and that include education, healthcare, corporate sector, and community building, and has left an indelible mark on the state, national, and international scenario through his relentless effort, commitment, and contribution to transforming lives through healthcare and education. He is a progressive leader whose missionary zeal and firm commitment have pioneered the mission of KLE in health sciences, education, and research. This has taken state-of-the-art healthcare services to the doorstep of the common people. He has also ensured cross-cultural integration through various academic collaborations and has become a local lore by providing urban infrastructure in the rural areas to harness the local talent. Sir ushered in an era of international collaborations, especially in health science, healthcare, and medical research by facilitating projects and partnerships with 8 American universities, 2 Britain universities, 1 Malaysian university, 1 Zambian university. In recognition of his selfless service, Sir has received numerous awards. And just to name a few, Sir received 4 honorary doctorates conferred, 1 each by the Karnataka University Dharwad in 2008, Rani Chennamma University Belagavi in 2013, the University Saints Malaysia in 2015, and Thomas Jefferson University, Philadelphia, USA in 2019 for outstanding contributions to the field of education and healthcare services. He was honored as eminent educationist by Karnataka Sangh Qatar in 2009. He was felicitated at Long Island, New York by Nergis Dutt Foundation of North America for work in the field of education and healthcare. He received the Lifetime Achievement Award by the Indus Entrepreneurs, TIE, a body of successful entrepreneurs corporate executives, and senior professionals of Silicon Valley, USA in 2013. The award was conferred by Sri Ratan Tata in the presence of Mr. Narayan Murthy of the Infosys, Chairperson of Global Research Alliance, Dr. Raghunath Mashirkar, and President of Deshpande Foundation, Dr. Gururaj Deshpande. He is also honored by Ms. Kathleen Sebelius, Secretary Health, USA, for outstanding contribution in the field of medical education and research. Presenting before you, Honorable Chairman Sir, Dr. Prabhakar Kore, to make the inaugural address. Sir, please take over the time. Thank you.
Namaskara. Good afternoon, everyone. Particularly Mr. Gopichan, I am very grateful to at least see you once again with KLE and resource persons and dear participants. I am glad that KLE Lingaraj College has organized online international webinar on physical, psychological, and spiritual discipline. A key to well-being in the new normal. I congratulate and thank to the Department of Physiology, Psychology and Department of Sports for taking up this much needed topic about the physical, psychological, and spiritual well-being. COVID-19 has entered our life rather unexpectedly. The balance of the world has been disturbed. It has changed the way we live and has not spared anyone across the globe. In such a situation, the big question is, how do we survive? How do we get through this challenge? One of the solutions is to focus on physical, psychological, and spiritual well-being. Thinking as a common man, one can think of having the right kind of lifestyle, the right diet and exercise and routine. We can also think about the meditation, yoga, and the traditional Ayurveda, which can together help us maintaining good health. But I think we can leave it to the expert in today's session to guide us through this experience. With all their research and experience, they will definitely be able to help. Life after the COVID-19 will be very different, but it is important to learn how to live through it. The whole world is working on developing the vaccine. Researchers are trying to find the cure through medicine, but research takes time. Until then, it is important that we act carefully and responsibly. It is important to make certain changes to our lifestyle so that we are safe and others around this stay safe. I am sure this webinar will provide us with some answers. It may even leave us some additional questions. It is the continuous search of knowledge that is key to our survival and development. Once again, congratulate for efforts to learn, and I wish you the very best. Stay home, stay safe. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, sir. Thank you, sir, for those words of wisdom, encouragement, and inspiration. It's a humble prayer to the Supreme Power to continue to bestow upon you greater vigor, health, and longevity. Time now for me to welcome and introduce the keynote speaker of the hour, a sportsman of the international fame, an embodiment of physical, mental, spiritual, and social fraternity. True, we cannot hear, but let the air catch the resonance of the applause as we welcome Padma Bhushan Sri Pulela Gopichandji, the badminton coach of India. My joy knows no bounds as I introduce renowned Sri Pulela Gopichandji, a name that defines the game of badminton, an extremely rare combination of a great sportsman and a great coach. At a very young age, he nurtured the dream of becoming a sport icon. Though his interest was in cricket, on the advice of his brother, he took on the sport of badminton and never looked back. He was a captain of the Indian Combined Universities badminton team in 1990 and 1991 at the age of 17. Having coached by the legends like Sri Prakash Padukone, Gopi Chandji won his first national badminton championship title in 1996 and went on to win the title 5 times in a row until 2000. The run on gold harvest continued thereafter. He won 2 gold medals and 1 silver at the Indian National Games in 1998, held at Imphal. In 1996, he won a gold in the SARC badminton tournament at Vijayawada and defended the crown in the next games held at Colombo in 1997. At the 1998 Commonwealth Games, he won a silver in the team event and a bronze in men's singles. In 1999, he won the Toulouse Open Championship in France and the Scottish Open Championship in Scotland. He also emerged winner at the Asiatic Satellite Tournament held at Hyderabad in the same year. 2001 is a turning point of his life, investing all that he was, bearing repeated bruises on his ankles and knees, never losing his focus. With all grit, he won the prestigious All England Open Badminton Championships at Birmingham, the only second Indian after Sri Padukone to achieve this most coveted and prestigious feat. Repeated injuries put him on the back foot in playing badminton, but he never stopped converting his dreams into reality. Spirit was willing, but the body was weak. A die-hard spirit, a restless zeal to win divested him itself to mutate so that the world would find more Gopi Chands in India with same mindset. At the age of 27, he decided to invest his energies in founding the Pulela Gopi Chand Badminton Academy to impart world-class coaching to the emerging badminton players. Eventually, the legend in him produced the unforeseen and unprecedented aces like Saina Nehwal and PV Sindhu. Saina Nehwal won bronze medal at the 2012 London Olympics, while PV Sindhu won a silver in the Rio Olympics in 2016, gold in the Badminton World Federation's World Championship in 2019. The renowned players like Srikanth Kidambi, Parpali Kashyap, H.S. Pranoy, Sai Praneeth, Samir Verma, and many others are the energies rolled out of this academy. Gopi Chand Garu received Arjuna Award in 1999, Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award in 2001, Padma Shri in 2005, Dronacha Award in 2009, Padma Bhushan in 2014, the 3rd highest civilian award in the Republic of India. Presenting before you, a sportsman of international fame, an astute speaker, dear webinarians of the new age, of the new normal, Padma Bhushan Sri Pulela Gopi Chand. Sir, thank you so much for being with us. May I now request you to deliver the keynote address on physical literacy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome and also for your articulation of words. I think it's something which I really see a lot of effort and quality in. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for inviting me here. Dr. Prabhakar Kore for the wonderful work which you have done. Put education and medical in this field. Thank you very much, sir, for the kind words and the wonderful work which you have done over the years. For me, I think this subject matter and the times are very relevant. And I would only speak to you from this point that as a player, I somehow felt that we as Indians can do more. And that led me into coaching. And initial years were tough because for me to win was one thing, but to actually make others believe that they can win and to take them through the journey was very, very critical. Somehow in the later part of my badminton career, I somehow realized that I had the formula which was required to win. But unfortunately, I didn't have the body which was required to win. That made me to start looking around at kids whom I felt could better use my knowledge than myself playing. So that's why I retired quickly from badminton and moved on to coaching. And of course, from that first young batch, we have a lot of champions come by. I'm here actually to talk about physical literacy, a subject, a matter which is very close to my heart. For the longest period in my life, for me, sport was about winning. Sport was about competing. Sport was about pushing yourself to the maximum ahead of the others. Somehow, somewhere in this journey, I always looked up, but somewhere a small girl who missed out a shuttle which I threw. Actually, when I threw the shuttle, she dropped it. And when she dropped it, she came. How I can catch it actually is what started me into a whole journey. And the journey meant that I was questioning every aspect of sport. And one of the fundamental things I was asking is, why was sport not inclusive? Because the more I looked at people around sport, and I've experienced a lot of winning in my life, but truly, winning didn't actually mean success, or winning didn't actually mean individuals who were evolved spiritually or psychologically. I saw a lot of winners as broken champions. And I was seeing sport, which was supposed to build people, actually break people. About confidence, about team building, about healthy rivalry. All those things started to bother me because we all believe that sports builds confidence. Yes, to the winners, it gives a lot of confidence. But can we say the same thing about people who have lost? For team building, they say sport is great. But when people hang on to their places in the team, obstructing others from coming in front, is it good enough? We talk about discipline and healthy rivalry. We also see doping and cheating in sport. It started to actually make me question the very fundamentals of sport. And that meant that I was starting to relook at myself and my own beliefs. So it came up to me that if running, if alphabets, words as a sequence was alphabetical literacy, and if numbers, additions, subtractions, multiplications as a sequence was numerical literacy, then probably crawling, walking, running, throwing is physical literacy. And we as a country have grown up alphabetically and numerically in the last few years, but we as a country have come down physically in the last few years. Does sport mean only to people who are genetically advantaged, or is it for everyone? Does people who are left out in class deserve sport, or is it only for people who are representing the class team and the school team? It started building fundamental questions in my mind. It didn't matter, does it really matter for us how many people played sport or how many people are left out in sport? Because even today, if you look at our own colleges, we talk about that we have so many badminton courts or so many swimming pools, and we say that 1,000 people participated. How many of them didn't participate is the question we are not asking. And for me, sport needs to be inclusive because for too long in this journey, we have left out sport and we have left out parents who, like I remember my own childhood, where I didn't enjoy certain subject class, whether it's maths or physics, because I was missing a lot of classes. And when I came back to the class, I couldn't understand it. So even today, when you say maths or physics, I say, no, I don't want it. It's still okay to do that with certain subjects in our curriculum. But is it that if we neglect sport, and if we neglect physical activity, and if our childhood experience affects us in the future, then we'll have a lot of them who will say no to sport and no to physical activity growing up. And that is a big problem, because as a country, we cannot afford it. It's time we looked at sport being more inclusive than what it's been. Sport being more than medals than what it's been. In the rush today for making up for what we have lost, many of us are looking at fitness tests. Many of us are looking at competitions as an answer. But I believe it's going to do us harm if we don't plan it properly. Sport is important for us psychological and spiritual well-being. It's important for our mind and body to connect, and also it's important for us to understand the life lessons. For if you play sport, you're already a champion, win or lose, and that's the bottom line. I think we've taken things for, and we expecting or we're thinking that winning means a lot. I think to actually excel means a lot. To push ourselves to the limits of our being is something which is very, very critical. And we, as coaches, leaders, parents, teachers, PE teachers, and the PE teacher plays a phenomenally important role. I think for too long, this aspect has been neglected. And I believe that for all of these, whether it's physical, psychological, or spiritual well-being, I think sport is critical. And understanding sport for its real values is very, very important. And to know about the reasons why you play or why you are taking part is very critical. From my side, I would say that physical literacy as a concept is about ensuring that you continue physical activity for life. As they say, the proof of the pudding would be whether our PE program today, our PE teachers today are successful or not, will depend on whether these kids 30 years from now will keep doing physical activity. I think as a subject, physical literacy, physical education, physical literacy for life, and physical education in the is very, very important. Physical education teachers are key people in our journey in life. I think that this webinar and what Rajesh and the entire team at the International Physical Educations are doing is phenomenal. I wish them all the very best to the Lingaraj College for its work in these times. And I wish each one of them on this webinar all the very best. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us and speaking to us. Humility is the hallmark of true excellence of highly matured minds. We have had that opportunity to meet such a personality today. Sir, you are an amalgamation of humility, grit, agility, truthfulness, and honesty, an example to the young India. May I now invite moderator, Dr. Amit Malik, Vice President, Strategy, Knowledge Management and Partnership, ELMS Sports and Reliance Foundation. He is the promoter of physical literacy in India and at international level to moderate. Thank you.
Thank you, Gopi sir. I think he raised a very, very valid point that in current scenarios and in future as well, we need to look at sports, fitness, leisure, recreation in a very, very holistic and inclusive way. So thank you, sir, for your own journey, which really help us to connect to the dots which possibly many of us would not have been able to take. So your journey is one of the example where a passion for sports and taking journey of success, and then coming back to very fundamental question of, is everyone enjoying sports? Is everyone continuing the physical activity or not? So thank you for that. So I also have a brief presentation to add to what Gopi sir started, which is something which I just want to share today with the participant. So as sir rightfully said, that physical literacy is about being your best. And probably this can be a strategy which can be looked at, that how to move in these non-moving times. This is the way I try to put across. And being your best is something which is not currently that appreciated, or is not intentionally focused in the current scheme of things. So I will try to put forth the philosophy, the concept which we have taken from the international body, International Physical Literacy Association. So our guru in this journey of physical literacy has been Margaret Whitehead. She's a very senior researcher from Britain. And she really opened up the dialogue of physical literacy all across the world. So quickly, taking for the a quick idea about the why physical literacy. This is a basic statistics all over the country, that if we have 100 children going to schools, we'll still lose 25-30% because they are not able to go to schools. And even those who are in schools, getting physical education exposure is further reduced to half of them, primarily around middle school plus. And the data which active adult shows in the country, and when I mean active, this is a definition which this community knows quite well. This is around that how many people are engaged in moderate to vigorous activity 30 minutes a day. That's the definition. And even this can be also verified by looking at people around us. I try to look at people in my family, in my neighborhood, how many are actually active. So this number would be 10:1. And if this has been the situation of people from us who have the much better orientation, more open grounds to play, more open community play, we are not very sure that how this will be for the future. So out of 100 children, if 10 become active adult, what are the things we can improve upon? And we try to look at the physical education and sports, that there are 4 clear priorities. One has been the drills and activities. I need to teach sports drill, fitness drills, a lot of focus around that. Second focus has been creating and developing sports teams at school level, village level, taluka level, mandal level. This has been focus of these 2 areas, physical education and sport. And as Gopi sir said, the fitness assessment, almost every state has some fitness assessment protocols. A lot of physical education institutions are working on the research side of it. And even Keynote India has recommended that. So this is one of the focus area which we found. And finally, the talent identification. But that is a fair reflection that if this is what we have been doing for last 30 years, outcome is that hardly 10% are active. This is what we have been doing. And will it motivate everyone, every child? Last 5 children, last 10 children, will they also be motivated? So there was a lot of questions to be soul searched, that is the direction right which we are taking around physical education and sport? And if these are the priority which are right or wrong? And then we try to look at the whole sports ecosystem, where we have district level competition structure, which children go to next level, national level structure, state level, state to national level, national to international. And suppose we have a one winner, say Abhinav Bindra, India's only Olympic gold medalist. So in that regard, while Gopi sir shared his journey, we also got a chance to speak to a lot of people who were failure in the system. So when we go for the physical education teacher discussion, it was very different to see how people introduce themselves. People will introducing, I am national level player in athletics in sub juniors. And then there were a lot of people saying at junior level, I played in Kho in the India team. So in a way, their self-confidence description was around at what point they exited from the system. It's very important point that their self-worth is around that to what level they could go. And at that point of time also, when we try to check more with them, it was very difficult to find that somebody introducing, I'm somebody who's enjoying kabaddi for 30 years. I enjoyed as a player, I enjoyed as a coach, and now enjoying as a PE teacher as well. And if we try to look at that, if I given a choice to click pictures of children going to tournaments, when they go, all of them go happy. But when they come back, these were the two most prominent pictures or the expression of the people leaving the tournament venues. Under 15 children crying, parents not happy, coaches not happy, they lost at some point of time. And the whole conversation is, you should not play sports again. We have already invested a lot and we will not allow you to continue, so you should not continue sports. So those final day, 3-4 champions, 10% leave with slightly better, happy experiences. And same with youth as well. Youth are in the college who go for this tournament and they don't have the future in front of them. They're not sure that how it will be happening with me. So realize that if I need to paint this picture is kind of experience which children are getting by design. It's not anyone's fault here. It's by design. By design, the sports is meant to be excluding people. Yeah, I famously said to become an Olympic champion, you need to beat 100 Olympians. To be an Olympian, you need to be in 100 of the national champions. So indirectly, we say that you also reject 99% people in the journey of it. And the number which we got was very, I would say, heartbreaking for us as well. Even if you take in India around 700 districts, and you take at any district tournament, 100 children come, and 50 sports and physical activity. And out of that, if we look at this table, we realize that district level is a place where we lose millions of children. District level, we end up losing millions of children, mostly under 13, 15, that age group. At state level, this number gets in 1,000. So if we need to look at the same example again, to get one Abhinav Bindra's Olympic medal, we would have exited 1,000 of shooters at across level. And these people in system don't have awareness or pathway, which does impact that they are not able to come back to sports. And then we also looked at that this number is actually very small. That if we take the whole participation of district level across sports and this national level champions and the national campus, this is very, very small number in my whole country's point of view. And it was clear that sports, as it grows more, will have more people cut through the system. Today, one popular sport will have, instead of 100, if 1,000 people come to the district, still there will be 3 winners. So as sports grows, this experience will also grow. Again, unintentionally, but the stories at homes are that sports is not for us. And we studied around the education system. education system is in the direction of keeping people sedentary for the longest time. Children are socially, we are promoting that a good child is disciplined and can sit for long. We, in a way, in education landscape, we glorify such achievement that my child can sit 8 hours continuously. But that need to be thought through again. That is, sitting 8 hours is something I should be happy around. So education, the issue was the perspective on making them sedentary and doing only one kind of activity, which is memory linked, and glorification of the efforts. And in the health of the fitness part, all of us are seeing that you have more data than me probably. Lifestyle disease, immunity decreasing. And in a way, we were thinking for a solution through which all of us who represent this community have an answer, one clear answer to all 30-35 crore children in the country. This is the solution I have. And I'm going to ensure that all these 35 crore children will have such an amazing experience that they will not be just 10% conversion to active adult, maybe 50% conversion to active. And that's where we had to look at this triangle structure. We had to erase it from our mind and look at that our whole country is actually one. We have all the children in the schools or in community who can be given an amazing experience of the physical education or physical activity. To that, there are people who would be interested to play their specific activity. Somebody wants to be badminton star, they want to pursue it, want to play kho-kho, kabaddi, dance, kathak, bharatnatyam. We would support them. We would support them, but even after retirement or the rest 99% of those children, I need to visualize that these children will create my national asset. Health of my country will be defined by experience of those children in the school. So instead of triangle, we had to clarify in our head that it's not actually triangle, it's a rectangle, and not a single citizen in the country has to be left out from the physical activity. And we try to look at the goals as well. What should be the goal of physical education? And we got few definition that it is to conduct good physical education session, lesson plans. This is the way most of the curriculum have defined it. But we added one more layer to it. That it is, can it be to include all the children in physical activities? Second stage of wish list. Third stage of wish list was that all the children, when they play, all the children when they engage in physical activity, they have very good experience, and that experience helps them to continue for life. And we kind of simplify that. Physical education, sports, all of us, this fraternity which we are today discussing, if tomorrow's adults are active, if 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 30 years, passing out from the school, as a teacher, when we call our student and the answer come, sir, I'm enjoying today Kho-Kho these days. I was trying Kabaddi last 15 days. I'm going to gym every day. If that is the response we get, then we could be proud that we have done a good job in physical education. Now, a brief definition through this video, which help our audience to connect with the physical literacy.
It's about first steps and active play. It's about being active with friends and family. It's about recreation and being outdoors. It's about learning and practice. It's about education, making progress, and a greater understanding. It's about fitness, challenge, competition, and the success it could lead to. It's about expression, performance, imagination, and culture. It's about enjoyment. Every day and for life. This is physical literacy. The motivation, confidence, physical competence, knowledge and understanding to value and take responsibility for engagement in physical activities for life.
I think not too complicated. The basic idea is that a society where people active for life, to be active for life is like to be happy for life. To be happy for life, I need to have that attitude to consider every situation in a positive way. For the physical literacy, these are the 4 components. Physical competence, all of us know. Our health and physical education talk about knowledge and understanding. But 2 additional components are that if there's internal motivation and the confidence to perform those activities. But I'll leave the definition here. The essence is that we need to engage these 3 aspects, and they call it physical, affective, cognitive. For simplicity's sake, the whole idea is that if in a physical education or a sports class, everyone who is participating has their body, mind, and heart also engaged. So they are doing good, they're thinking right, and they're feeling good. These 3, think, feel, and do, are the 3 things. If done in conjunction is in every physical activity, there's very strong probability that they want to repeat it. They want to have more such experiences. I think this has already been covered to extent. And from the perspective of physical education, faculty, teacher, what is the only change is that currently I may be looking at 10 children who are very good in sports to represent various teams. But here the visualization can change that few of them could be becoming good in sports, but few others could be very good in active for life. There are few others who could enjoy lifelong happiness through dance. There could be few could be interested in yoga as well. So to ensure that each of the participant is finding a pathway as per their choice. Physical education sport through discipline may be good for few people, but the moment we have these 3 principles around inclusion, variety, and happiness, things will be pretty much sorted. Include the last children, give them variety, and give them really a good, enjoyable experience. Since we work a lot with the government part, the normal question is how do you implement it? It is too complex, foreign concept. So actually, it's very simple. That we already know drills. We focus on the competency, intensity, repetition, also at the experience part of it. Each child has a good motivation. They want to come to the class. Each citizen is also interested to come to the class, with a yoga class, any other fitness class. This is the first change. Assessment, rather than fitness and talent, we shift to self-improvement. So it's like I'm not a yoga practitioner, but you were doing 2 asanas yesterday. Today you're doing 3 asanas. So you are improving. So whole comparison is from myself or individual to individual, not with the other. This is second shift we are talking about. What is to be valued more rather than results and medals, which are important for few. We can also add the individual journeys. And participation also rather than able, it has to be for all children with special ability, disabilities, everyone has to be taken along in the physical education literacy journey. And at a ground level, just sharing 2 examples that there are wonderful teachers all over India. This one example I attempted to share, a teacher who converted this ground to this ground by using the waste product in the village. So we had a problem that we don't have the infrastructure. What we need to look upon is not the Olympic or the high level infrastructure, just a simple infrastructure which can engage and make children interested. And very important point I want to add that I would have spoken to now to thousands of the children. None of them has ever asked that they want equipment in the class. Everybody says we want good enjoyment in the class. But the P perspective, the first problem statement is typically infra. So maybe there's a way to match both the expectation. Same way for the equipment as well. Does it require new equipment? Absolutely no. Whatever local equipment we have, without equipment, we can engage children to give them happy experience around it. So in a way, PL adaptation in India is we have the barriers, but this can be our solution. And it is all about that each child and their experience matter in the physical education class. This was a small attempt to take a discussion forward, which Gopi sir initiated. And thank you to Prabhakar sir, whole team behind this work. And I hope that whatever humble learning we have in the field could bring new perspective. Over to you, Sadanand sir. Thank you for this.
Dr. Amit Malik, thank you so much, sir, for breaking up and broadening the idea of physical literacy and converting it into a joy of life and complimenting Gopi Chand sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for bringing meaning to this very webinar. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Now we move on to the technical sessions of the day. I hand over the time to Ms. Pooja Vernikar to continue with the rest of the program. Thank you so much.
Respected dignitaries, resource persons, and participants, I, Ms. Pooja Vernikar, faculty, Keli Society's Lingraj College, Belgavi, once again welcome you all for one-day international webinar on physical, psychological, and spiritual discipline, a key to well-being in the new normal. As we proceed to the next session, for this session, we have amidst us a vibrant personality, Dr. Lim Boon Hui, a senior lecturer, Sports Center, University of Malaya, Malaysia. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce him. Dr. Lim obtained his UG degree, master's degree, and doctoral degree in sports science, majoring in sports coaching and psychology. He was appointed as Deputy Chairman of National Coaching Academy, Malaysia, and Panel of Instructor for National Coaching Courses. He is the Deputy Director of Academic Center for Sport and Exercise Sciences, University of Malaya. Dr. Lim was the team psychologist of Malaysian sailing team in Southeast Asian Games in the year 2005 and Doha Asian Games in the year 2006. He is an expert of sports psychology intervention, mainly focusing on anxiety in sports and relaxation techniques. Currently, he is a member of various associations in Malaysia, like Malaysian Sports Psychology Association and Life Saving Society of Malaysia. He has contributed a number of articles in academic journals and published a few books related to sport coaching and psychology at international level. Today, Dr. Lim is going to speak on the topic effects of sports massage. The moderators for the same are Anuma Ratnaika from Sri Lanka. She is currently working as Senior Lecturer, Department of Sports Science and Physical Education, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Kenya, Sri Lanka. She is International Advisory Board Member of International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, and Professor K. Chandrasekharan, Professor and Head, Department of Physical Education, Madurai University, Tamil Nadu. With this brief introduction, I request Dr. Lim to take over the session. Soon after the session, moderators are supposed to share their opinion on the resource person's speech. Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for that brief introduction, and thank you very much for the. I would like to say, Prof. Rajesh Kumar, again to introduce to this Lingara College for this speech. I think I would like to say congratulations to the organizer, because I can see the number of participants that reach more than 500. What I can say that is actually the biggest number in terms of the participants in this webinar. Yeah? Congratulations once again. So I can, I think I start straight away. I will present, and then whatever I have. I hope everything that what I say here can be beneficial to the everyone who attend this. Yeah, is it okay? Can I start off?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. My title is actually what's going on? Something goes wrong. I'm so sorry about that. All right, hopefully it works. All right, can see now?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yes, sir.
My title is actually enhancing, the well-being with the sports massage. Yeah. So it's similar to the topic that I actually given to it. So you can see that actually everything is here, so that my introduction, I'm an associate professor, and then also in University of Malaya. This is my contact, everything is here. So, all right, now we go straight away, and then first slide I'm going to present to you is actually my university is actually world ranking is 59 in the world. So I need to say this because my university requested whoever speaking to anybody now have to be proud, because in the world we have 280,000 university, but we are ranked 59. So it is ranking is quite high. So in terms of the outline for my presentation today, I'm going to talk about introduction of the massage and the possible component of massage, and then I'm going to talk about a little bit on the biomechanical of component, means like when you do massage, what are the biomechanical whichever the component will be affected, and also the physiological component affected, and then also the neurological component will affected, and also the psychophysiological component will affected, and also I will talk a little bit more on massage on the performance per se, and then also recovery and muscular injury preventions and all that. Can I request this naughty person that will keep on drawing that to just stop drawing? If you want to show your talent in drawing, draw somewhere else. Please respect people. You are not the best drawer in the world. All right. So maybe Miss, can you do something on these people drawing for the presentation? It just disturbed a lot of people. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, can you see this photo? Actually, this is the photo that actually I conducted quite a number of sport massage in Malaysia, and all these sport coaches, a lot of national coaches, and all that actually they come to me, and then actually we organize a sport massage course for them. Yeah. So this is based on the experience. So this talk also is actually based on my own experience, and also written a book, and then another book is coming up as well in terms of sport massage, so that I think I can share whatever I have now. Yeah. Okay, massage have been used in rehabilitation and relaxation for 1,000 years around the world. I think everybody know that. Massage have been using for rehab and also relaxation per se. And also massage treatment have been administered approximately 45% of the total time in the physiotherapy treatment. Means like whenever the athlete get injured, so they need to go for the treatment. So the treatment in the physiotherapy, it consists of 45%. What they do is actually, doing massage. So this is the previous study have been shows that it's not me collecting all data. And other than that, you can see that massage is used in general approach, such as preparation, so that when you prepare for game, you need to go for massage. And then also between the game, let's say example, morning you got competition, and then also maybe afternoon and then evening, sometimes is, you know, in the festival kind of thing, so that you have one game followed by the others, so that sometime in between the game people go for massage as well. And also also competition, and is assisting recovery from competition. So let's say example, your game is held for maybe 3 days or 4 days or 1 week, so that today you finish your game, then you want tomorrow another game. So that what happens is actually people prefer to go for massage, so recover faster, so that they can prepare their game for tomorrow. So rather than treatment for specific problem and all that, so that massage is not 100% for treatment. It's actually preparation as well in between the game and also recovery. So to make sure people understand. And then this is all the photos, and when I conduct what I call it, my sport massage course. And the last proportion of the massage application in sports events are due to many coaches and athletes holding the belief. Based on the observation and experiences, and that massage can provide several benefits of the body, such as increase the blood flow. All right, so that when you do alpha and kneading, all that, actually you actually increase the blood flow. So reduce the muscle tension, and so neurological excitability, and also increase the sense of well-being. So today, actually, the talk is actually a little bit of well-being. So because the theme of this webinar is actually talking about well-being. So that's why I have to synchronize to this the talk. So that again, all the coaches in the world nowadays, and most of the team now in the world, actually they actually employ the sport masseur, a company with the team, and then go for the traveling and all that. So you cannot deny that actually when you do massage, there's a blood flow, reduce muscle tension, neurological accessibility, and also increase the sense of well-being. So that if you feel better today, tomorrow you can go for competition better, then you perform definitely better. Yeah, these are the things like, and you can see that talk about type of massage. Massage have been defined as a mechanical manipulation of the body tissue and rhythmic pressure, and then stroking for the purpose of promoting health and well-being. Again, the other researchers also talking about that as well. So that they're talking about well-being, promoting health, because they, you know, when you do massage, it's actually apply mechanical, it's hand, body to body, mechanical kind of thing. So that classic Western massage, such as Swedish massage, is the most common form of massage that currently used around the world, that for athletes that are perfectly to clinical and advantage as well. So that they want to avoid people to get injured. So I'm going to talk to you in all this maybe more detail in terms of that. And then, okay, these are the 4 type of massage that people using in the world. When I conduct a massage course, it's the same that I'm using this 4. So the first one is actually alpha rush, all right, and stroke. Or the technique, second technique is called massage, and also friction, and also tapotement, means like you know, there's a tapping and all that. So that these are the things that I'm using that as well. So in terms of definition, in terms of application, in terms of suggestion, I think that one, when we conduct courses, then we actually using that. Of course, each country, like example, like I'm talking to India now. India got their own massage. And then okay, Indonesia, they have their own massage. Okay, Malaysia, they have their own massage. Like Thailand, also quite popular in terms of Thailand massage. Each country, they have their own massage. That means the style, the technique. But in Malaysia, we actually applying mostly follow the Western, because Western is the one actually carry out more research in terms of massage, the effect of massage on any other things. So that we actually follow that Western kind of massage, whatever they do. So the possible in terms of the massage, what are the mechanism, what are the effect, what are the benefit of sport massage? So I'm going to talk to you. First one is talking about biomechanical effects, number 1. Later on. So one by one, I'm going to explain to you what are the things that actually benefit, or what are the possibility that effect of massage on this biomechanical. And after that, I'm going to follow out with the physiological effect. And after that, I'm going to talk about neurological effect. And then, of course, the most important, a lot of people like to go is actually psychological effect. So this psychological effect is the most, people say, when you go to massage, what happened? Oh, I feel so relaxed. So relax is actually related to the psychological effect and all that. So other than that, you can see that actually there's a mechanical pressure tissue. These are the effect and all that. I'm going to talk to you one by one and discuss one by one so that you got better understanding in terms of this massage to this 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the effect that actually. But of course, the other one, the last part I'm going to talk is actually the, prevent injury. So a lot of people have been doing that now. So these are the photos is actually when I conduct what they call it a sport massage course, and then so these are the students, these are the things that they follow me. So number one, I'm going to focus on a biomechanical, so that massage involve the application of mechanical pressures on the muscle tissue in order to decrease the tissue adherence. Means like the tissue won't be so kind of tightened. It loosen a little bit, so that it's too tight, it's not good. And then increase the muscle tendon compliance is believed to achieve the mobilization and also elongating the shortened adherence or connective, because our connective tissue, example our hand, so that sometimes it's too stiff. That means we cannot move that so much. So when we cannot move so much, that means your performance is actually not up to the optimal level. So what I mean is like actually when you do massage and then the tendon, the muscles actually more loosen up, so that actually we actually can stress a little bit more in terms of the, not only muscles, it's all the connective tissue also the same, whether it's ligament or tendons, you'll be having this mobilizing and they can stretch a little bit longer compared to those when they are too tense. So in result is less stiff muscle tendon units. So they actually these are the study have been studied by this researcher. They study actually when after the massage they feel that not so stiff. So when you're not so stiff means that you can perform better. So improve your performance. So because all the coaches, all the athletes, what they want is actually improve their performance. If you don't improve your performance, what is the purpose doing massage? So you don't waste your time, waste your money and all that to do. So this is biomechanical in terms of that. So again, the photos of with my students and all that, and also evidence for the effect of muscle tension in comply as measured, so that actually you can measure. So we can measure that. Actually, you don't believe on me, then you do a massage on certain part. Initially maybe this angle that I can, after massage maybe I can stretch a little bit more. So this is actually passive stretches, and then also active stiffness, and also joint range of motion and all that. So we actually can identify whether this massage can actually help in terms of certain body parts and all that to improve the movement or even the range of motion that the massage actually can have or not. So we actually can measure that. So that one you cannot cheat people. You actually can see the angle. So this photo that I show to you is actually my student is actually after the listen or see my demonstration. Actually they keep on practicing. Practice with the whatever they learn. And second part I'm going to talk to you is actually physiological components. Number one, physiological is actually a little bit of physical and physiology as well. So that increase the skin and muscle temperature. So when you do a massage like doing massage, you scrub on the pushing on the surface. So superficial skin frictions increases the local heating. That means actually the skin actually heat up a little bit. The heat process is actually heat up, and consequently causes the hypodermia within the muscles area. Means that whatever you massage the area, then the muscle actually heat up. The hypodermia means like actually the blood circulation is become better. Definitely, I think you heat up because when the iron is heat up means like whatever the transmit is faster. So that this is what increase the skin and muscle temperature when you do massage. Number two is actually local heating increases the local blood circulation, so that when the place is actually heat up, that's why when we do exercise, why we need warming up. So when you do massage, it's actually like warming up. So when you do warming up, it's actually the blood circulation again. So this is also a previous researcher have been doing the study on that, reported that, and so that actually increase the blood circulation. So what is so important of increase blood circulation in the body? Yeah, definitely when you're doing sports or playing any games, so the blood circulation is the most crucial one, the most important one. Because without the blood cannot supply the oxygen, they cannot supply the nutrients, so the muscles cannot work in the optimal level. So definitely the blood is the most crucial one. So that the more they circulate means that they supply oxygen, they supply the nutrients to the muscles, need all this to work. Without oxygen, without nutrient, they just cannot work. All right. So these are the things that you talk about. And also the other physiological increase the blood flow again. So one aspect benefit of massage with the aspect of enhancement of the athletic performance is increase in the blood circulation. Again, blood circulation when you do massage and then all that. So the blood circulation actually increase. Yeah. So increase means like circulation, supply, everything. So this photo is actually shows that another group of people. This is all the Malaysian coaches and all that. Eh? So that other than that, hormones. Oh, when you talk about hormones, everybody think about what? So physiological, when you do massage, mechanical pressure of the massage might stimulate parasympathetic activity as shown by reducing cellular cortisol level. Indirectly measure the parasympathetic activity means that what is so important? Parasympathetic. Yeah, so that changes in the hormone level means serotonin and also cortisol after massage have been reported means like the changes here maybe you can actually, if the cortisol level is actually reduced, means like the people is not so stressful, they are in relaxed level. So serotonin and also other chemical also because of that, that's why they feel more relaxed. The hormone secreted is actually better. Yeah. So a reduction of cerebral cortisol, stress hormones. Cerebral cortisol is actually you can measure that, and then the stress hormones in the dance students also have been reported. So these are the study have been carried out in 1999 that they actually do a massage for these dancers, and then after that they measure the sliver cortisols and then see that what are the stress level in terms of their hormone, whether they go down or go up, so that they actually measure that. Yeah? So that these are the study have been shown that they may prove that they said that. Yeah. And another thing that I'm going to talk about neurological component is a neuromuscular excitability and also the hormone reflex means like you actually can measure that how active the muscle part of each of the body. So you actually massage believe that stimuli sensory receptor and decrease muscle tension in the reducing the neuromuscular accessibility and measure by chance changes in the hormone reflex H. We call it as a H reflex amplitude. So it actually decrease the muscle tension. So they are more relaxed now. Well, after you doing massage, that part of the muscles is actually more relaxed now. So these are the things that actually you can measure. Yeah? And also the neurological, also you can see that the reduction of H reflex amplitude that was considered to be due to the decrease in spinal reflex accessibility and show that specifically to the muscle group that have been received a massage. So that when you do massage on your leg, so you actually measure on the H reflex on the leg, then you can see that actually they already reduce in terms of H reflex means like they are more relaxed now. Yeah, so it's quite simple that you actually use the machine and there's a device to measure the H reflex. Yeah? And also other than that, pain and also muscle span. This is very, very important. The neurological is actually, you feel pain, is actually nerve. Nerve tell our brain that, hey, I pain, my muscle pain. So that when you do, massage has been applied in order to relieve pain. So a lot of people say, oh, I got wrist pain. So that what they do, they just doing some massage, apply some massage, and they actually reduce the pain. Yeah, so definitely. And then massage may be reduced pain by activating the neurogating mechanism in the spinal cord, so that actually the signal send it the pain to this, so that actually reduce that pain, so that the signal. Subtactile information from the massage might be stimuli large fast nerve fibers, and then block the smaller slower the nerve fiber that detect pain, so that actually when you doing massage, and then the information actually what happens is that they might stimulate the large nerve. The smaller nerve is actually they block it, so that means like they actually block whatever the pain to send it. Yeah, so these are the things that people doing the study. Okay, this photo is actually also, I think, quite a number of what I call that, the seniors and then all the coaches actually attended my workshop as well, and at the course. And also the pain muscle spasm, also you have to physiotherapy usually use massage to break the viscous cycles that they causes the muscle spasm, and also consequences muscle pain and all that. So that means like sometimes because of this vicious cycle, means like they actually there's some blockage there. Maybe whatever the element inside the vessels are too big, cannot pass through the small vessels or something like that. So when you actually push it and helping these particles and all that actually pass through this, and then no block means like you feel no pain, definitely. Yeah. So muscle spasms causes the muscle pain directly and stimulating no sensitive pain and receptor, and indirectly compressing the blood vessels, resulting insomnia. Means like actually if let's say you got certain place of the muscles actually blockage, then it worsens, and then blood can pass through. That's why the insomnia might come in. That means that they feel that uneasy, they feel like painful becomes. So these are the also people did study before. Yeah. And neuro is talking about pain and all. Okay, next one is very important. Like we are talking about psychophysiological component. Very important. And various mechanisms are cause of the relaxation response resulting from massage have been proposed, and then these are the things relaxation, because psychophysiological is always talking about relaxation. Relax. This include what are the things that increase the plasma endorphin. Endorphin is people say when you can increase the hormone or endorphin or the plasma, or endorphin means that you feel happy. So if you can what I call it get this endorphin, then mean exercise is actually secreted more endorphin. So exercise also actually can help us to become feel good, feel better, feel happy. Also, relaxation actually decrease the arousal means like you don't want to arouse. To arouse means like our brain is actually working very hard. I mean, stress level is high. So when you go relax, I mean you decrease the arousal level, decrease the stress hormone as well. There's now slide over hormone that I'm talking about. Also the same. And also an activation of the parasympathetic, just now I did explain to you. So again, the psychophysiological component is always talking about these physiological changes in the body. So it's quite a lot as well. And then another, this is a photo also, the national coaches and all that, they follow my sport massage course. Yeah. And also anxiety. Okay, this is the most important part in terms of sports. When you talk about sports performance, and then anxiety is always there. So people might face like example, like the stress level is coming up, and anxiety might be coming up. Of course, we don't talk about depression. Depression will be very extreme part, but you talk about anxiety means like the stress level is quite high. So when you do massage, what happened? The majority of research, the psychological areas and the reported massage provided positive effect on anxiety. So that when you found out your athlete, wow, so stressful, the anxiety level is high. So maybe one of the good reasons is actually send them to the masseur to do a massage. After the massage, they feel good, and then they can perform better tomorrow. So it's quite simple. So the long-term effect of 30 minutes of massage twice a week for 4 consecutive weeks will examine 30 dancers students. So they take a student as an example. Result reported the low state anxiety. So this is a study, and then also the depressed mood, and then example in the mood profile, mood state. They actually using these 30 students, and then they give them a massage, and then they found that actually these are the findings from them. Yeah. And also, other than that, relaxation, definitely, when you talk about massage, so the effect of massage and relaxation have been investigated by using valid questionnaires as a POM and all that. And this is early 1970. People did a study on POM. If you want to do a study on this, also by all means, yeah. So massage application during training improve the tension and fatigue sub-skills of the POMs, which are applicable to measurement of the relaxation. Means like the tension, fatigue is actually going down. Means like they are more relaxed. So that this POM is actually can help us in terms of determine what are the moods. So other than that, you can see the recovery from fatigue. I mean, people feel like very tired. You know, it may be in between a game or in between next game or something like that. So positive perceived psychology benefit from massage using perceived recovery linear scale have been shown that during recovery phase and boxing performances, and also after the training session. So this researcher, actually this group of researchers, they did a study on that, and they found that actually recovery fatigue. Then let's say today you got one match and then tomorrow another one. So they feel that perceive that the recovery better than the without massage. Yeah. So 9 boxers reported that the massage possibility affected the perceptions of recovery for the boxing performance, and also seems to be useful to a recovery strategy. So that they actually positively feel that they can recover faster. So tomorrow I can fight better. So in terms of that, you can use that as a recovery strategy for the better performance. Yeah. So this is all the recovery, and then sport massage have been used essentially in the attempt to prevent and cure injury. So people also use that, and this researcher have been found that actually you want to prevent injury take place. One of the things can happen is actually doing sport massage. So you prevent and cure injury. Let's say anyone already got an injury, maybe certain part blue black or something, so that the sport massage also can come in to cure it faster. So these are things that massage also consider to enhance muscles relaxation, reduce muscle tension, in terms of your muscle soreness, promote a healing process, and consequently improve the athletic performance. I think these are the studies have been done, and then people did that reported. Yeah, so all this you can see that, and as a result of this suggested benefit, manual massage may be useful modality to enhance performance and also prevent injury for athletes who use their muscle vigorously. Means like whichever the athlete, they always use a muscle a lot, so that you cannot avoid, you must use the sport massage. So sport massage may be the optimize positive performance factors such as healthy muscles, connective tissues, and also normal range of motion. So again, your muscle must be healthy, your connective tissue must be flexible enough, and you can actually full range of motion, so that actually you actually enhance the performance, or your performance will be into the maximum in terms of optimal performance. So massage is used to minimize negative performance. Yeah, factors such as dysfunctions of muscles and connective tissues, restriction, range of motion, and pain and anxiety. So this another researcher, a group of researchers also reported that minimize all these negative. Therefore, preventive massage is commonly recommended to help athletes prepare both physically and mentally for the forthcoming event, so that make sure your athlete, or not only athlete, I think whoever listen today is actually you have to use it massage to prevent certain things like what I talked about just now. Yeah. So other than that, you can see that sport massage is useful also in both pre and post event in the attempt to increase athletes' performance, overcome fatigue, and help recovery. So this is another study, another researcher have been reported, so that whatever you want is actually improve performance. So of course, the other thing is like you overcome fatigue. Fatigue, you are tired. So you're tired, you go to to massage. After you feel that, you feel good, and then actually you recover faster and all that. And increase the muscle blood flow would hasten the deliver the oxygen, increase the muscle temperature, buffer the blood pH, and which will be then age the performance. Again, these are the study is more on physiological, so they talk about blood flow in oxygen, muscle temperature, buffer the blood pH. Blood pH is too acidic, then they cannot perform as well. So these are the things like you talk about that, and then other than that, increased muscle blood flow theoretically should be remove waste as well. Whatever the byproduct of the physiological, you send the oxygen, so they may remove the carbon dioxide and also the acid that they remove, so that product after the exercise should be enhanced, deliver protein and other nutrients needed in the muscle for the repair purpose. So the increase the lymph flow. The lymph flow is the most important. The lymph could in theory reduce a post-exercise, example that swelling, stiffness by reducing muscles, intestinal contents, and so thereby reduce the muscle discomfort. So that when the lymph flow is better, so you got better protective mechanism. So protective mechanism, your swelling and stiffness is actually reduced and all that. Yeah. So I think other than that is believed that one of the greatest advantages of sport massage is overcome fatigue, reduce recovery time, especially during period of competition, consequently enhance the performance. So therapies apply massage in injured area because they expect the massage improve blood circulation, and also injured area consequently help enhance healing. Yeah. So these are the things that I talk about, and then blood lactic also another one. The lactic is actually what is a byproduct, so that actually to actually use that. So massage treatments of blood lactic remover, so they actually can remove the lactic acid faster. So that these are the things that I talk about. And then other than that, delay onset muscle soreness, DOMS. So when you do exercise, actually DOM will occur, so that tomorrow you don't feel a pain. If not, the soreness is coming and all that. So DOM is one of them after the games and all that. So massage is one of the treatment commonly used, the elevated DOMs, because it's thought that it decreases the local blood flow and also lymph flow, decrease the oedemia in terms of reduced pain. So tomorrow you don't feel a pain, but if you are doing the massage and all that. And with that significant reduction of soreness, perception, and DOM after the massage have been reported and all that. And research that investigated the effect of massage immediately after exercise found that decreased the DOM 48 hours after exercise. So that people did a study on that as well. So massage performed 2 hours. The 2 hours post-exercise were reported benefit of DOM by reducing the inflammatory process. That means you don't get the inflammatory process. This also the study. So with that, I think maybe I'm going to share with you is the normal waiting and start practice the sport massage to enhance your well-being. And then maybe I just show you, it take you a few minutes to see my video when I conduct a session.
Hello, is it audible? Rajesh Kumar sir, shall I sum up? Hello. Shall I sum up? Over. Hello.
Hello, sir. So we'll switch to you.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Say again. Okay, I think I'm
audible,
done.
madam.
If anybody,
Yes, sir.
Anybody interested, let's say we actually publish, I published with a book with Prof. Rajesh. Anybody, if they wanted the book, by all means. So with that, thank you very much for your time. I'm handing over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your informative session. Now, I request Professor Vaddepalli Satyanarayan, Department of Physical Education, Osmania University, to share his opinion about the topic. I
Hello.
request
Yeah.
Professor Vaddepalli Satyanarayan, sir, to
Yeah.
share your opinion.
Yeah. Good afternoon to you all. A wonderful, stimulating lecture given by Limbun. Always he is a man of action. About the massage, the importance of massage, about the injuries, especially the injuries are the nightmares, and injuries are playing a vital role. We can see so many injuries occurred during the sports in the elite arena. How Sachin Tendulkar was injured with the elbow joint, and so every player at the peak level will get injuries. So one of the best solutions for these injuries, as I agree with Professor Lee, in the practice session itself, we have to the coach, the physiotherapist, or the massage trainer should sit and correct the mistakes at the practice session itself. So during the competition, the high pressures of the emotional imbalances of the player, and he cannot take the decision. The wrong footing will be there in the finals during the game. So it is advised by all the physiotherapists and the coaches that a player, if he is stepping wrong during the practice sessions, it should be corrected there and then. Then it will be useful, and the player cannot be succumb to injuries. So, and he has touched upon so many points related to the injuries and the practical therapy of massage and cryotherapy and the hydrotherapy. All he has touched up all the points. Really, it's a good informative presentation by Professor Limbun Pai from Malaysia. Really good, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much.
Chandrasekharan sir, you're over.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
My audio is disturbed. Always visibling some that is the waiting room. See the waiting room. See the waiting room. Like that. But anyhow,
yeah.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation on behalf of the organizing committee, the Lingaraj College, Belhavi, the dynamic chairman, Dr. Prabhakar Kore, KLE Society, and our the International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association President, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, and on behalf of the faculty members of the college and the webinar attendees, I wholeheartedly thank you for Limbun's presentation, for your wonderful presentation with your smiling face and lot of clippings you have shown that how the massage is done, and all the possible means and ways how the massage is to be done in various techniques you have highlighted, and particularly the effects on various domains, biomechanically how it helps the athletes or the people, and physiological and psychological and performance oriented on spot itself in the competition situation itself, how it helps. Particularly, I want to show that the biomechanical principle mechanically involves the range of movement is increased, the joints. That is very, very essential for any human movement is concerned. Once the range of movement is increased, then only we perform the activity or we can perform the skill or technique in a better way in the game situation is concerned, or even by walking, running, jumping for day-to-day activities. For all humans, It's a very good point you have highlighted, and particularly the physiological effects by means of giving pressure and relaxation. The internal temperature is optimally raised. That leads to the flow of blood, and that leads the elimination of waste products in a particular region. That helps the individuals to better muscle coordination, muscle tension is released, and the muscular contraction, the optimal muscular contraction is enhanced that situation. And particularly the parasympathetic nerve functions has been highlighted, improved. That leads to the reduction of saliva cortisols. That leads to the arousal of anxiety. Altogether, for doing massage, a player can easily perform the what he or she learned during the training session. They can very well expose that performance competition in the competition, and they can reach the maximum performance level. That is the main advantages of the effect of massage, and particularly the psychological aspect also you have covered. The recovery rate will be increased, and as far as overall domain, the performance aspect is concerned, the fatigue is overcome, and it will help us to come for recovery rate within a short possible time. That is the need of, that is the essential point for any player is concerned. So you have holistically highlighted the effects of massage for the sports persons. Thank you so much, Dr. Lim Boon Kui, on behalf of Dr. Rajesh Kumar, my good friend, who is taking care of organizing international level webinar through online during this pandemic situation. This, I sincerely thank the organizing committee, particularly the Lingaraj College, Belhavi, the chairman, Dr. Prabhakar Kaur, Kelly Society, and his team of members under the dynamic guidance of Dr. Rajesh Kumar sir, nicely arranged. And Dr. Satyanarayana has also highlighted some of the points related to yoga, massage. Thank you, one and all, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Lim Boon. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh Kumar sir, for your
thank you very much for your thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sarika ma'am to introduce the speaker of the next session.
I, Sarika Nagre, a faculty of Lingaraj College, warmly welcome you to the second session of the one-day international webinar on physical, psychological, and spiritual discipline, a key to well-being in the new normal. We have with us an eminent dignitary as the resource person of this session. She is Dr. Meena Bobde, consultant psychiatrist, London, UK. Ma'am is a counselor, educator, and psychiatrist with over 15 years of experience in the national and international arena. Specializations are relationship issues, geriatrics, psychiatry, neuropsychiatry, and cross-cultural psychiatry. She has received her training from KEM Hospital, Mumbai, India, and Royal College of Psychiatrists, UK. She has worked as a consultant in UK, New Zealand, and India in health and education services, and has imparted a range of training programs to various organizations and associations. She is a trained therapist in cognitive behavior therapy and life coaching. Dr. Meena has received extensive formal training in communication skills, mentoring skills, massage therapy, and aromatherapy. She is an artist as well and uses art therapy extensively in her work. Her strengths are holistic, biopsychosocial spiritual approach, flexible hours, and worldwide availability. She is a multilingual person who has command over many languages. She has in-depth knowledge of different cultures and has worked with culturally challenged people and situations. Ma'am has gained vast experience of treating psychotic mood, anxiety, and addiction disorders. With these few words, I welcome Dr. Meena Bobde. Ma'am will be speaking on the topic psychological and spiritual well-being in the context of new normal. The moderators to the session are Mrs. Juniper Kiran, who has been clinical psychologist, neuro-linguistic programmer, executive coach, graphologist, and a back flower therapist. Juniper ma'am comes with an experience of a decade and a half of corporate and clinical support. Our one more moderate who is with us now, she is Sucheta Rao, who is counselor, and she has specialization in life skill, sexuality and reproductive health, cognitive analytical therapy, intensive clinical training in psychological testing, etc. I feel proud to welcome both the alumni of Lingraj College to play the role of moderate. Now, I request ma'am to take away the session. Thank you, ma'am.
It's 11 o'clock.
Hello, thank you very much for inviting me. Appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to such a big crowd on very important subject of psychological and spiritual well-being. I was trying to share my slides and I hope it will come back. Yes, it has. So thank you for the introduction given. Appreciate for that as well. Appreciate for your kind words. I currently work and live in UK in National Health Service, but I do work in India and New Zealand as well. It's such an important topic which you've given me to speak about, psychological and spiritual well-being. We all are facing such a big challenge for the world. We are having a biggest challenge for our lifetime, facing this pandemic. And in this pandemic, we all are experiencing a lot of new things and a lot of things which we've never experienced in life. And hopefully we will never experience in future too. So keeping this in mind, I'm mainly going to focus on what is psychological health, what is spiritual health, what happens and how are we experiencing health differently, and what can we do about it. So as you all know, and speakers before have already defined health as just not mere absence of disease. One is healthy when they are physically, psychologically, socially, spiritually, and more so important nowadays, financially healthy. And out of those health contexts, they all are interrelated. So one can't be healthy just in physical aspects of health if they're not healthy socially or psychological. And hence, when you combine all aspects of health, one is healthy enough. Keeping that in mind, I'm going to talk about what is psychological well-being. One is psychologically healthy when they are able to express normal emotional behavior and social maturity, which allows person to function normally. And in current scenarios, in the current challenge, why are we having difficulties with our psychological health? We all are going through a new ways of living, social isolation. Human beings are social animals and we thrive on social connection, where this viral pandemic is forcing us to isolate socially. And there's a constant fear, what's going to happen next? And there's a real fear of a life and death as well. The economy has shut down which has caused a lot of financial stress. We are away or we are too close to our family. Because being locked down in the same house, we are too close to the family, or when we are miles away, like I am, miles away from my family in India, and with differing situation, when India is going through a peak of the infection, and few months ago, UK was going through a peak of infection. So I'm really anxious about my family in India, and they were anxious about me when we were going through the peak as well. Lack of the routine and lack of meaning. What's the point of carrying on sometimes? And those kind of feeling and lack of hope. What's going to happen? We don't know. And that kind of uncertainty leads us to having psychological stress and psychological ill health. What happens when that happens? When, due to all these reasons, one can experience acute stress reaction, adjustment disorders, anxiety disorder, the heart is beating faster, hands are sweaty, we're not able to focus attention, feeling constant fear, and inability to pay attention, not able to sleep well, not able to enjoy things which we enjoyed before, having ups and downs in our mood, so we can experience depression. People who've gone through the experience of COVID, been hospitalized, have recovered, the experience of being in the ICU or experience just the illness has sometimes given rise to post-traumatic stress disorder. Relationship difficulties. We've seen there's such a lot in the media about domestic violence. In UK, the domestic violence helpline had seen 300-fold increase in the calls. And so is we're hearing in India too. A lot of people have experienced abuse and addiction of psychoactive substances have increased significantly. People who've already had mental illnesses have experienced relapse of pre-existing illnesses. So these are the outcomes, or these are the effects of one being psychologically unwell. So far, we've seen why it is going to happen and what happens. My main focus of the talk is going to be how do we deal with it? And that's the message I want to give it to the participants today. What can we do to make sure we're psychologically well? As my next couple of slides will also be applicable to COVID-19 as well. Prevention is better than cure. So it's really vital to look at the primary prevention. Best is not to get ill. Best is not to get infected. So prevent before it happens. So same way, best is not to get Can we mute those people?
Amarav, can you mute, please mute the video.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just a minute.
I request all the participants to mute audios.
Ma'am, you can start the session, ma'am.
She's really speaking very well.
Madam, please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for reminder. So as I was stating, prevention is better than treatment and better than the cure. So best is not to get ill and prevent before it's happening. So our health is in our hands and we can do lots of steps to prevent getting ill. But if we became ill, and sometimes that's likely to happen, if we ensure to take treatment in time and get better sooner, is a secondary prevention. And tertiary prevention is, if you are ill, we need to focus on how can we improve the quality of life and how can we reduce the disability, how can we reduce the complication and how can we restore the functions sooner. So keeping those in mind, I'm going to talk about the strategies, and some of the strategies have already been spoken. when the Amit sir spoke, when Gopichan sir spoke, and when our this previous speaker who spoke on massage, all those factors could be used as a strategies for keeping well and improving our mental health. The foremost important thing is acceptance. If we accept the situation, what's happening, we'll have energy to deal and develop the strategies. So accept the current pandemic, what's happening. The world is changing at a very rapid speed. If you're going to fight on why it is happening, then a lot of energy is going to go on finding out why this is happening. So it will be really important to accept and then develop our strategies. A lot of us are working from home and a lot of us don't have a daily structure. Not having daily structure makes us more stressful. Hence, develop a routine. Ensure to develop routine, set times of getting out of the bed, set time of having your meal times, set time to devote some time to physical activity, very crucial, and set time to devote some time to social activity. So as I've said, and I'm going to detailedly talk about more strategies, but foremost, acceptance and having a daily structure is vital. Ensure to hydrate ourselves depending on the atmosphere we're living in. I know the Indian temperatures have really soared up and the heat has really come. Same as in UK. It's very hot nowadays, so ensure to hydrate yourself. Focus on nutrition. Such a lot of temptation because we are at home to keep on eating and eating things which are not healthy. Too much of fried food can increase the stress and can increase depression. So having a really nutritional, which is a balanced meal, focusing on more greens, focusing on citrus fruits, some nuts, and having a meals regularly, warm meals will really help with your mental health. This session has been mainly organized by the Physical Exercise Promoting Institutes, and so is the Psychological Health Promoting Institute. And hence, don't want to say a lot on physical exercise because a lot of importance is going to be said, but it's crucial. Physical exercise is vital. Giving enough time to it and ensuring regularly and giving in the right way. Ensuring there's a balanced exercise, keeping weights, stretches, and some cardiac exercise at the heart of your physical activity will be crucial. If you don't use it, you're going to lose it. So mental exercise, keeping mentally stimulated is vital. Ensure to use your brain by doing various activities. And again, has to be a comprehensive use of your brain. Doing some creative activity, doing some calculation, doing some Sudoku or puzzles, doing some game shows, doing some family activities, some family quizzes are quite vital. And I've seen a lot of families are doing so by using the media. Excellent, keep it up. And same will lead to social exercise. As I've said, we are a social being. We thrive on social interaction. We're so lucky to have pandemic in this particular century where we have media and technology at our hand. And today with the use of technology, I'm sitting miles away in London at the bank of Thames and I'm talking to you. Well, most of you are across the world, but many of you are in India. So use that technology to remain connected with people. Mindfulness. Devote some time to mindfulness activity and do the activities with keeping mindfulness in focus. Sleep is very crucial. And due to the not having a routine time, people may not have a good sleep-wake cycle. It's crucial to get that in order. Follow the sleep hygiene. Set times of go to bed, set times of waking up, ventilating your room, using your bed for sleeping and not for watching movies or other activities are quite crucial parts of sleep. Not having stimulating drinks before bedtime, not sleeping immediately after a big meal are the other factors to look into sleep hygiene. I've already spoken about creativity. Creativity, there are so many things we always wanted to do in life, like learning to paint, learning to just doodle around. So those are the things we have time now. Indulge into them. Indulge into some music. Music is really soothing to our soul. And I can see there are so many programs online. Make most use of it. Music helps with keeping psychologically well. Nature therapy. Many of us have been asked to lock down, but still we can have a glimpse of the sky, glimpse of some plants or some other nature. Use of that. And enjoy the smaller things in life, which will give you a huge pleasure. Ensure that you're using the social media in a right way, in a balanced way, in a good way. Stop spreading newses, stop spreading the humors which are not really helpful to you or to others in society. It will increase anxiety. Watch the news sensibly. Ensure to stop listening to fake news and ensure to stop believing everything which is happening in WhatsApp University. Ensure that you are being a sensible citizen of the world. Before you send something, see is it the validity of that news. If you are going to take responsibility, you are in reverse going to get responsible news, which is going to reduce the anxiety. Ensure your financial health. Very crucial. Spend what you have. Not look at that other people have so many gadgets and I want that too. If you live in your means, your stress will be reduced. Use humor and laughter as a therapy. Watch some comedy. I often prescribe comedy shows before bedtime to my patients. When you've laughed, you're relaxed, and you sleep better. Listen to inspirational people. I remember a quote by Sadhguru who has said, only thing we have in our hands during this lockdown time is to come out better at the other end. So come out better spiritually, physically, get more fitter. So listen to talks which are going to give you inspiration to come out better. There are so many motivational speakers have given some amazing talks, keeping this lockdown, keeping this pandemic at heart. Listen to those are crucial. To continue with some more strategies, have the gratitude to people who are making a difference, gratitude towards healthcare workers, gratitude towards our cleaners, gratitude towards the people who are continuing the countries or the world going, gratitude towards our leaders. Our leaders don't know what's happening. The political leaders don't know. Prime Minister of UK himself developed COVID and he was fighting with his life just a few weeks ago. They don't know. He just spoke yesterday admitting that a lot of us didn't know what was happening in the pandemic. We're learning. We're learning as the time goes. So instead of having those fighting and negativity about them, have gratitude in your heart to see why are they struggling. That gratitude is going to help at most only you. The first is going to help you. Every day practice for a few minutes gratitude and be thankful for things which we take for granted, like food, like a comfortable bed, a clean air, understanding about this disease, having those preventative steps which have been taught. So have gratitude. Also make a difference. Even the smaller gestures which you can do can make a difference in a lot of people's life. So even if you didn't forward that message and didn't increase the anxiety of other people, which will make a difference. So think and have the principle of making a difference. When you make difference in other people's life, the feeling of happiness increases in ourselves, which reduces the stress in respect. Introspect. This is a time which we've got a time to stop and think. This is a time we've got to introspect ourselves. Introspection helps looking at our actions, looking at our connections, looking at our family, and that helps reducing the stress as well. Develop curiosity. Be curious about what's happening. So many people have joined this webinar, shows you're curious about what to do and what these people are going to speak across the world. So thank you for joining. Stop and reflect. And whatever all these strategies you're going to put in practice, persevere. If you didn't persevere, if you're just going to do one day, lot of exercise and not the other days, not going to help. Persevere, be consistent. Develop hope. Hope really helps prevent suicide. Hopelessness is a stage before suicide. And we know one celebrity commits suicide. There are so many people committed suicide after a famous film star did so. So install hope. As the previous pandemics have ended, this is going to end too. And remain hopeful about the science. And science is acting, and we know we are getting some positive news about the vaccine. So installing help really helps. Grow together. If you've learned something, grow together. As I know many people shared about these webinars across because you wanted your loved ones to grow with you. Thank you for that. But also, as I've said, the first step is acceptance. It's okay to be sometimes be scared. It's okay to be anxious because some amount of anxiety is going to give you alertness. And if you're going to remain alert, you're going to take appropriate steps for not to get infected and take steps for prevent infection, wear mask, use sanitizer, wash your hands. All those will only happen if you remain alert. So some amount of anxiety is good. So it's okay to be a bit anxious, a bit scared because the situation is not normal. It's a very different situation. At most, another thing is learn to say no. We lost a lot of healthcare workers due to the pandemic because people couldn't say no. They couldn't say no. If I don't have a right amount of PPE, I'm not going to be able to serve. So you are the priority for yourself. So learn to say no. In this, arranging this big webinar as well, group of you working together, and I was very impressed to see all of you were using masks. Thank you for doing so. So if you don't have the right equipment, learn to say no. If you didn't say no, you're going to take the difficulties with yourself and so for your loved ones as well. So it's okay to say no. And I wish I've lost my dear colleagues and who could have said no at the right time. So if you don't have the right equipment, say no. But at the same time, understand the situation is very different and very difficult. So we have to have a balanced approach. These are the strategies which I wanted to share about psychological well-being. So as I'll remind again, psychological well-being is having the normal emotional behavior and social maturity, which allows person to function normally. I'm yet to speak about spiritual well-being, but at this point of time, I wanted to take a stop and let people think if they have any questions. You could send your questions to the moderator. I'll be happy to take the questions and I've kept enough time for the questions. If we don't want to deal with the questions now, I'm going to talk about spiritual well-being, which was the second part of my talk. I'll take the guidance from the moderator at this point.
I request Juniper ma'am. Juniper ma'am.
Thank you, Sarika. I think Dr. Bobde is yet to finish her spiritual well-being bit. Dr. Bobde, I don't see any questions so far. I think you've been covering it seamlessly. So I think we can go ahead with the next bit.
Thank you, ma'am. So what is spiritual well-being? Spiritual well-being, India is a land of spiritual well-being. In our country, we have so many spiritual leaders. In my humble way of dealing with the spiritual well-being topic, I'm only going to say very little. I'm going to say if one lives a purposeful life, has an experience of actualization of different dimension and capacities of you as a human being. The spiritual health creates the balance between the physical, psychological, and social aspects of us as a human being. And that's all I wanted to say about what spiritual being is. But I wanted to say, how do we practice that? And I've seen during this pandemic times, I'm getting news all the times from all my colleagues, from KM, my colleagues from my post-graduation days, my colleagues of various medical fraternities and other fraternities as well, and so from my family. What they are doing, they have built up a system of faith. I was born Jain, and I see my aunts and uncles posting a lot of Jainism philosophies and philosophy of faith. I'm married to a Hindu, and I see from my in-laws' family, we see various aspects of Hindu philosophy spoken about. Yeah, is that spiritualism? Yes, system of faith is a spiritualism. Following that gives us hope and gives us the strength. Having that belief system also gives us hope and strength. So yes, in my mind, that's the spiritual well-being. But also having some values and having some ethics, having some principles, some moral duties. And a lot of us, as I said, learn to say no, but we as a healthcare professional also have a moral duty to look after the patients as well. Is that a way of being a spiritually well? Yes, it is. And a lot of spiritual leaders have given such inspirational talks. Are they making a difference? Yeah, they are. So that is what is way of practicing it. This particular Lingaraj Institute has taken a lot of efforts to put today's webinars in practice. Have they made a difference by people's spiritual life? Of course. And are they following some principles? Very much. My previous speakers have spoken about it. Especially Amit spoke about how to motivate our young generation. By motivating, by making a difference, by giving them a platform. Are you making a difference in their spiritual well-being? Yes, very much so. So again, I'll remind people, living a purposeful life and making a difference in others' life and really actualizing the various dimensions of our capacities, our capabilities, is a spiritual well-being. Is the spirituality and religion two different things? And that topic we can discuss for the donkeys come. It's such a huge topic and we all will have a big opinion on it. So in my mind, making a difference in others' life and having a system to follow and working what you're doing with moral values is practicing spiritual well-being. I also wanted to remind people about our heritage and a lot of things what we can do. We can put spiritual practice by volunteering, by social contributing, belonging to some group where the group is making a difference. Fellowship. I'm a fellow of Royal College of Psychiatrists, and we as a college are making a huge difference. I'm a fellow of my family. I'm Indian citizenship, and I'm a UK citizen, so making a difference in my country. So having that fellowship, but also fellowship of some institute, some group. Installing optimism and forgiving, practicing forgiveness. I know the world is going through a big turmoil. Our leaders have sometimes not taken the right decisions and have made errors. Forgive them and accept the situation so you can develop the strategies to deal with this very unnatural times. Expression of compassion. A simple act of compassion. If you're cooking for 2 people, if you cooked for 1 more person and gave that extra food to the watchman of your society, that's compassion act. In the winter time when it was cold, my mother took all the possible blankets which she could hold of and went and distributed in the city, giving it to others. That's the act of compassion. Just talking nicely to my children is an act of compassion. Ensuring having no violence, no aggression in the household is an act of compassion. So expression of compassion can be different for different people. You decide what it is. But by doing this, this is a spiritual life in practice. That's all I wanted to say during my talk today. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but also I wanted to say, I'm so impressed with your institute. I'll be happy to provide my services if people had any COVID-related mental anxieties or difficulties. My contact details are there with the organizers. I'll be happy to talk to individual as well, but has to be COVID-related mental health issues. So please make use of that service if you need to. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for exploring your in-depth knowledge in short period of time. Now, I request our moderators to give their impressions about the speaker's topic. Now I request Juniper ma'am.
Thank you very much, Sarika. It's a pleasure, Dr. Meena Bobde, to moderate the session that you've done seamlessly well. Honestly, a privilege. Thank you so much. While we all know that the COVID-19 situation is continuously marching and is evolving across the globe, it is extremely difficult for each one of us to stay grounded and stay sane at the same time. A pretty huge challenge suddenly that human life is now involved in and engaged in. During this time, each one of us are experiencing major disruptions in our life and our lifestyles. A sudden change from going out and working to being at home, staying at home always, working out of home, studying out of home, practically doing everything out of home has suddenly put us out of our comfort zone, out of scope. The mainstream bustle of community life has suddenly come to a standstill, wherein we used to engage in community activities like probably going out to a gym or maybe shopping with our friends or eating out with our families or going to school or to work has suddenly now been stopped. Imagine the amount of anxiety and imagine the amount of disruption into our entire sense of feeling safe in doing that life mechanically has now come to a extreme stoppage. This in turn has built in feelings of anxiousness, confusion, overwhelming experiences, and the powerless feeling that each one of us now have has become extremely common during this particular pandemic outbreak. I think as Dr. Bobde mentioned that this is the time that each one of us have to stop and reflect and introspect. And this is the time that each one of us, like all the earlier speakers have mentioned, that it's a time that each one of us have to take care of ourselves physically, psychologically, and spiritually. Now having to amalgamate and align all these three different sections of life, our physical life, psychological life, and spiritual life has and is a huge challenge. Because I think most of us are not aligned to work on our psychological responses and spiritual health in tandem with our physical health. Most of us went out gymming, most of us went out on walks and jogs, but never did we really pay attention in our mechanical day-to-day life. How well is our psychological or our spiritual well-being? I think Dr. Bobde very well has illustrated different ways how we can now turn our focus and attention to bring in that acceptance and sense of reality of accepting this particular situation and making it more real in today's time. As she said, it's time for us to introspect. Yes, introspect how my psychological condition is, how people living around me, their psychological and spiritual well-being is. Probably most of us lie in the normalcy zone of physical, psychological, and emotional well-being. But also remember that there are a lot of people who fall under that special category to whom the pandemic has stressed or affected to a great deal. Now, who are those people? Those people could be somebody who already come with pre-existing psychological, mental, or physical illnesses. Those could be our elderly people living in these times of pandemic. It could be our very well appreciated children who are facing pandemic with as much vigor as we are. And it could also be the families of those people who either have turned victims to COVID-19 or families of those people who are experiencing some of their loved ones having to face this entire turmoil or turbulent situation. So all of these symptoms, all of these people whose symptoms were managed seamlessly well earlier are now in a little turbulent case. So I think that this is the time that each one of us need to probably turn our focus back at how we can bring all of these three streams of health, our physical, psychological, and spiritual health into the mainstream and walk hand in hand with all of these. There was a very interesting research article that I was reading online when I was told about the seminar as to, I just wanted to understand if at all there has been an increase in the mental illness of people during this pandemic. And I was pretty surprised to read that there has been a threefold increase in the cases of mental illness during this pandemic and lockdown. So the Indian Psychiatry Society, the IPS, has in one of the articles mentioned that 20% increase in mental illness and reporting of mental illness has increased during the lockdown. Lockdown, home quarantine, pandemic, these words probably were, never heard of or experienced before. But I think this generation is facing all of it together, and I think we are doing pretty well, isn't it? I think we got to applaud ourselves for that. So I would just like to reiterate a few points that Dr. Bobde has very beautifully sculpted through her presentation as to how we can move forward in this situation, having our psychological and spiritual health aligning together. Some of the points that she mentioned was accepting. Yes. Now that becomes the biggest concern for each of us. We have to shake ourselves and remind as to what is in our control and what is not. So that acceptance that there are a few things that are in our control and some things that we really can't hold control over, and let them pass by. So that is the first thing I think which beautifully was articulated by her. She also mentioned the importance of having a routine, developing a routine. Yes, a routine does help regulating your psychological health to a great extent. Now, this was something that's a personal experience that came to me, that most of us do not pay enough attention to how important nature is as an antidepressant. So this is a personal experience when I have realized that sunlight, which most of us just take it as something that's freely available to us, do not realize that sunlight is the biggest antidepressant that we have. And I think that's readily available. So even before you look out for a psychologist, I think you got to go get some sunlight to yourself, and that would do a great deal of benefit. We also heard the importance of nutrition. We heard the importance of hydrating ourselves. All of these are extremely important as well. We also have understood that engaging ourselves into mental exercises, recreations, games, maybe listening to music, playing music at home with everybody, are making a lot of difference. Because believe it or not, music therapy is one of those mainstream therapies which help healing psychological illnesses and ailments. So I think music is a great healer as well. And again, you don't need a professional help for all of these things. These are something that are readily available at home that each of us can use during this pandemic. Picking up a hobby. We almost spend our entire life not knowing or exploring what our hobbies are, or probably being cognizant of what our hobby is, but never having the time to do that. So I think the pandemic very positively has given us that space that we were looking out in our lives. Go back to your hobbies, start pursuing them. That can upbuild our psychological health to a great deed. Another important point that really touched me that Dr. Bobde mentioned was, do not overindulge in news about the COVID-19. Absolutely, that is extremely stressful. Each one of us have experienced how COVID has been progressing all across the globe. And it has been a challenge that suddenly humankind is facing out of nowhere. It took us by shock, but do not overindulge. It's good to be informed, but do not overindulge. Apart from that, having gratitude, most of us have forgotten to really have gratitude. We would say thank you, but how many of us would really mean it? So have gratitude. Gratitude is also a great antidepressant. Try it out. Gratitude to everything. Gratitude for the nature that we have, for the family that we have, for the health that we have, for the provisions that we have. As Dr. Bobde said, that gratitude for having social media along with us during this pandemic in itself has been the greatest advantage that humankind has today, which is keeping us connected with everything. So that's beautifully mentioned over there. I will just mention a few points about spiritual well-being. I am myself a very spiritual person who believes that spiritual health almost streamlines all the sections of health in a great way. So yes, spiritual health definitely is a great balance between spiritual and physical health, psychological and physical health. So spiritual health is like that lockbox which kind of keeps us together. So yes, pursuing our spiritual goals, it could be as simple as connecting with our own belief system, our values, our moral systems. Is this what we really need to do now? Yes. Of course, we also have a lot of moral duties that each of us have to fulfill. This is the time. Look out for people who are needy. I think volunteering in those activities does give a great sense of satisfaction to each of us. And I think that's the best thing to go about at this point in time. I read somewhere when I was going through some articles, it says that when our emotions gets too elevated, we need to remove ourselves from the heightened emotions, pick up a prayer book and disconnect with the world. Isn't that so true? The moment we see that our emotions are really taking over us, it's a time that we just need to get back to our spiritual belief system. Look and then start pursuing it. It suddenly brings our perspective to life and it aligns us into life to go ahead again. So these were some of the beautiful points that I could capture out of Dr. Bobde's talk, and also a lot from the rest of the speakers as well, which was very well articulated. So yeah, these are a few thoughts from my end. Thank you, Sarika.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for briefing up the speaker's topic. And really, I felt very happy after seeing you a long time. Okay. Now, we have another important resource person for our third technical session, Dr. Rosita Hernani, faculty of Cebu Normal University, Cebu City, Philippines, who is a former chair of Kenstek Department. Ma'am is also a quality assurance officer, director of Center for Wellbeing, certified wellness coach, certified yoga instructor, certified ISO lead editor. With this brief introduction, I welcome ma'am for the technical session. Ma'am will be speaking on reframing physical education curriculum for the new normal. The moderators for this session are Dr. K.A. Ramesh, who has been working as an Assistant Director of Physical Education in Anna University, Tiruchirappalli. He has been serving as Joint Secretary of Padukottai District Football Association. He has received 4 awards: Rashtriya Gaurav Award, Faculty Award, Best Physical Education Director Award, Yoga Scientist, and Best Researcher Award. Our one more moderator who is with us is Dr. M.S. Pasudi, Director of Physical Education, Gulbarga University, Karnataka, India. With this brief, now I request ma'am to take away the session.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good evening here in our country. And thank you also, Professor Rajesh, for inviting me once again in this grand webinar. And of course, I would like to congratulate in advance the organizer of the college or the university for this very, very informative, a different type of webinar addressing the well-being of community students and as well as in our profession. Now my topic is as a PE teachers right now are listening to the different for our resource person a while ago, reframing our profession and reframing this our curriculum is also reframing ourselves. There are a lot of things that we are adjusting right now as far as the brought by the pandemic. But aside from that, aside of those, the things that we have to adjust, we should not forget that we have the responsibility, and that is we need to be more responsible as far as profession. And that is, of course, to teach our students so that our students could teach more our community and, be aside from to help more the community, can be able to help also their family. Now, my present work right now is I am the chair and of course as quality assurance. So it is my duty to help my colleagues in my department to reframe our tertiary, because I am in higher education, physical education in this new normal, especially we are still on lockdown in the context of the pandemic. Now, the rationale behind reframing our, of our tertiary program is that behind the silence of home quarantine, this also threatens the well-being of the person and as well as the community. And in fact, according to our expert a while ago, it says that, let me reiterate that according to WHO health experts and of course United Nations, there was a huge increase in the global mental health crisis due to the COVID pandemic. And the mental illness crisis is looming as a million of people worldwide are surrounded by death and disease and forced into isolation, poverty, and anxiety by the pandemic. And they all cause psychological distress. Now, with this, according to psychologists, says that children are anxious in this time, and there is an increase in the cases of depression and anxiety to our students had been recorded in several countries. In fact, domestic violence right now is rising, and health workers, the frontliners, reporting an increase, the need for psychological support, for their well-being. And in addition, based from the interviews worldwide, it says that either themselves or us colleagues experience a combination of panic, anxiety, grief, there is numbness in the body, irritability, insomnia, and of course nightmares in this pandemic. Now with this, the United Nations launched the policy on COVID-19 and the need for action on the mental health. In fact, it was highlighted how those of us at risk today were of us teachers who will be opening our classes soon, as we will be, calling ourselves already as a front line, And of course, the health workers, older people, adolescents, and young people, those with the pre-existing, as mentioned a while ago by our resource person, mental health condition, and those caught in conflict and in crisis. Now, with this, another statistic showed to us that according to United Nations guidelines, depression and anxiety before the COVID is already there and is already huge. However, when pandemic comes, it costs the global economy more than $1 trillion per year. And depression affects, there is a 264 million people in the world, while around half of the mental health conditions start by the age of 14, with a suicide and second leading cause of death in the young people from the age 15 up to 29. However, according to WHO, mainly healthy individuals are being requested to stay at home or in a self-quarantine. In some countries, and in my countries right now, especially in my region, Cebu City are still on the lockdown because of the increase of we're still increasing on the cases of the COVID right now. And still a lot of cases of death, and I think it's the same on your region also, in your country, the triple also, as far as the report of the WHO. And with this, in some countries and in many countries, centers, fitness centers, the parks, and even amusement centers will remain closed. And staying at home for a prolonged periods of time can pose a significant challenge for remaining physically active. Sedentary behavior and low levels of physical activity can have a negative effects on the health, well-being, and the quality of life of us or to us individual. In addition, the WHO, okay, there was a campaign to take a short break. I hope that everyone who are with us right now, we are almost 500 here participants, were able to take a break as far as the campaign of WHO to have at least 3 to more minutes from light intensity physical movement, such as, I know, if possible, to those who are listening, you can take a walk or even just a simple stretch, though where you are right now, and to help ease your muscles and improve blood circulation and muscles activity, because it also improves the bones, the muscle strength, and increases the balance, our flexibility towards fitness. And of course, for the older people, activities that improve balance to help them prevent from falls and of course injury. And with this, I would like just to stress out what's really the role of, we PE teachers, and at the same time, what is really the role of having a PE, okay, classes, physical education, and a tertiary. It has been, taken sometimes as, take for granted by the academe or by our institution, because just only PE, just then let it just be PE. But taking the role in creating novelty in our profession, it takes, ripples in the lives of our students. So we have to remember that in our role is that we have, by engaging our students and in making our curriculum in physical education in this pandemic, that we have to remember that participation in physical education can acquire physical fitness that is an essential component leading to a healthy lifestyle, particularly in this moment. Now, towards that, another role that we have to, secure is that we must have a quality PE programs are needed to increase the physical competence, particularly on the health-related fitness, the self-responsibility during this pandemic, and enjoyment of the physical activity for our students so that they can be physically active for a lifetime, not just for this pandemic. And of course, bringing to that is that the PE or the physical education program can only provide these benefits if they are all well planned and well implemented, particularly in the academe. Because we teachers are frontliners, we PE teachers are the frontliner towards on how to, implement a healthy lifestyle, sedentary behavior, and, and at the same time to promote well-being for the students. And another is to achieve in this program is that the role of physical education from the learner up to the society, okay, taking, the learning that we had in this webinar, physically, socially, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually. Now, aside from the role is that we have to, aside from playing a role in this pandemic, we have to create something for the future, not just to, just to be, say, mediocre, at the same time, just let it be, but rather to create something new, because creating something new for ourselves, we can create something for our students, and creating something for our students, particularly towards their life, it creates it, or it brings something good to the family, to the community, up to our society. Now with this is that, what did I do? I would like just to share with you the things that we are preparing for this opening of classes or reopening of the classes in order to have the well-being of the students, and in preparation for what we're going to do and then to teach, considering that we are still on lockdown and we're still on the pandemic. So what we do is we reframe our physical education program in the new normal in the context of pandemic. So what are the theories behind in reframing? First of all, we adopt a therapeutic education because we're concerning of all the psychological effect and of course of all the adjustment that we had for this pandemic, considering also the distance learning, okay, for our student, the blended learning, the types of assessment that we're going to do for our students, and sometimes it gave us stressful, not only to us, but of course to our students as well. How we're going to use the flexible learning in this opening of classes, and of course, particularly for the remote learning, and the equity and the quality of the program, of the things that we're going to, to give to our students. And aside from that, another theories that we adopted in reframing our program in this opening of classes is that, of course, I think you're familiar with this, as part of the constructivism, the psychosocial theory, the brain-based learning, the humanistic theory, and of course, you also consider the existentialism theory. Now, what we do, the methods that I presented to my faculty is that first things first is that we discuss what are the issues, okay, during the pandemic, and what are the concerns both by the teachers and of course the students during the lockdown or during the closure of the school. So the issues, of course, from later on I'm going to present to you. So there are many issues, and number one there is the psychological issues and the mental health of our students, and it goes down, or it boils down to our physical, okay, and of course body. Now, after that, after gathering all the issues and concern of our students and teachers, I gather all the best practices. When the shutdown of the school, when there is a closure of the school, I think that was March already, when the height of the increase and, looming a lot of the death caused by the pandemic, is that I gathered the best practices during the pandemic from the teachers and of course the students. So what we do is that to support the students based from the issues that we gather, we support our university together with our psychologists and the psychology department, and of course us PE department. We launched the iCare program for our students as part of our best practices, and then we also what we call have a telecounseling. We established a telecounseling program in our university, different lines, okay, that we're in students who have connectivity, or students who have load and money who can call us, okay, to use, telecounseling or to have a therapeutic talk with them. So that's also one of the best practices. And of course, apart from that is how we deliver the content to the students. Okay, aside from there are remote areas, so they do not have connectivity. Now, apart from that, apart from gathering issues and of course gathering all the best practices during the lockdown, what we do is I made a survey and give it to all my faculty, that to have a survey on students' physical activity during lockdown. So what we do from the telecounseling that we receive from the university, and then apart from that, okay, in order to help, okay, our we as a PE teachers, so what to support the psychological problems or psychosocial problems of our students is to give them physical activity during lockdown, to be able to, to function well, okay, and aside from that, aside from helping their families, at least they can be able to give 30 minutes for themselves as exercises, okay, which is a part of me as I give them a yoga class through because Facebook is very usable in our place right now. So we have the group chat in every teachers established a group chat to be able to support our students, okay, for our PE class. So after gathering the surveys goes like this. We have the psychosocial problem was there, is the first part, okay? And then of course followed by what are the physical activity of the students during lockdown. Then of course aside from that, we have also survey on the food that they're eating, how many times they're eating, and of course the history of the parents, and we also gather the parents' support and to what extent the parents are supporting their children. So, and another thing is the survey also has what we call as connectivity, and to what extent the connection, so that we can reach the students for the delivering of our classes, for the delivering of materials from the high tech. Of course, we have the YouTube, we have the Facebook Live, we have this one, we have the Zoom. Okay, from the low tech and no tech. So meaning to say the type of gadgets that they're using, if even until now there are still students don't have the gadget, the cell phone. They only have the monologue cell phone. Okay, because I am in the university, which is University for the People. We're a public university. So I cannot blame students who don't have enough money to buy a cell phone that is Android. The most important thing is we can, send SMS or, text messaging. And then of course, we also, apart from that is, we have to check, apart from the survey that we have, how the community support this family or this learning during lockdown. And the part is that, what are the environment that they are in? Are they from the rural, or are they are from, the urban? And then what are they doing? What are the work of the parents? And what are the physical limitations? Because our program is designed for inclusive education. What are the support as to how the reopening of the classes? So this is the methods that I presented that we are adapting right now. Now, apart from that is that after gathering all the results, we have the review of the national curriculum as far as the learning outcomes, because again, it is inclusive physical education and movement enhancement, and it's more on advocacy. So and then another step is I gathered the pre-COVID syllabus, or of course, those who are teaching, okay, because I am training now those who are teaching on the secondary schools and elementary. So the pre-COVID syllabus, and then comparing them. So from the gathered results, the national curriculum that we had and the pre-COVID syllabus, and then there's the time I made a reframe or recalibrate our syllabus or our program, which is tailored to the needs based on the results and findings of our survey, and choose only what is essential to teach in this new normal. So we have to say goodbye the so-called one size fits it all, meaning that though it's very stressful, but guys, teachers is it's something that you created something that it's a very nice later on that you'll be able to see the whole thing in fitting your program and teaching the students for this new normal. So very less, and all the formative that we do, formative assessment, the assessment that we do is just all formative, and at the same time we are now for the module making, we are now making our module. So at the same time, because it is very stressful now, us in our teachers, we have many things to consider: our profession, our family, and of course our children. We also have our emotional problems. But of course, aside from that, we have to go out of it. Okay, we have to move on. So in making the module, we have the peer. Okay, we have the peer counseling, we have the peer, they're helping each other. So we do it by partner according to our specialization. So we'll be adapting the flexible or the blended learning, and then we'll be adapting a platform based on the high tech. Okay, of course, we'll be having a Zoom, though our school right now are still on the process of how we're going to, government, but high tech, and then of course low tech. Okay, at the same time no tech. So what very good, the practice that we have right now is we're able to partner with our radio stations. We are partnering now with local government unit, for especially to those who are in the remote areas. So the module that we'll be using online will be print out, and it will be sent through the municipality or to the local government unit, and then we have to inform to the radio or to the TV that this time that the students will be getting all those materials in their local municipality, and even to the barangay, or especially to those in the remote areas. Now, to continue is that since I'm working with a psychologist, I'm partnering with a psychologist, I'm helping right now. aside from making a module for for the physical education, I made my own module, which is to address or addressing students' psychosocial problems, that says that school system are not responsible for meeting every need of the students. Yes, but when the need directly affects learning, the school must meet the challenge. So this is where I made this my own module. This is to address, to show you how this is how I presented. It is a module. I term it a therapeutic education in physical and health. It is a therapeutic module for strengthening school intervention program for students in addressing psychosocial problems in times of pandemic. So I wanted just to share with you the contents. So from the goal of this module, so of course the role we need, because we need the support of those people who are especially administration. Now, if you have noticed, there is what we call therapeutic fitness physical education. Everything is therapeutic. Okay. Now there is some meditative physical fitness. Anyway, as we go through with this, I cannot give you because it's quite long. So just to give you, okay, there is some meditative physical fitness. Yoga was there. Okay, for the beginners, meditation was there, and of course breathing, and then therapeutic space awareness. There is a drums alike as far as music is concerned. Then therapeutic sports will be having the traditional games, how these students to mind be able to teach the young ones, especially to those areas that have a low transmission. Okay, and then of course, since one of our national sports here is harness, how are we going to integrate therapeutic harness in their own field? Okay, and of course, therapeutic ball games. And of course, I am dance educator, I am a choreographer. So I also modify some movements for them to dance. It is indigenous movement, especially to those who are remote, because we're also teaching indigenous people, okay, in our school. Okay, or there are a lot here in our country that teaching indigenous people. So we use their own cultural and perspective and their environment. So with this, and then a therapeutic recreation, we have the outdoor, as long if it is okay in their places, so they can have camping at home, having tent inside the home, hiking within their own place, hiking within in their own home, in their environment, biking, the arts and craft, and of course cooking as one of the best way to release the stress of the students. And apart from that, aside from teaching them physical fitness, is I also integrated in my module with the mental health, okay, which is very important to discuss nowadays, the wellness, the importance of wellness, intentional injuries, and of course to manage the way to manage stress. Now it's very important at their age right now, considering, go back to the report of the World Health Organization, at the age of 14 there are already cases of suicide. So the growth and development, this is our national curriculum, okay, fitted only for this time. Gender and human sexuality are there for me to discuss using my YouTube channel and my FB Live. The dating is very important, the courtship, and then of course marriage, and of course teenage pregnancy is also there, and of course the premarital sex. And apart from the module, that's very important to discuss right now in this pandemic is that the family health, the family life, which is the support of our students are coming, even us, the support of our sibling, the support of our husband, the support of our wife is very important. And then how to become responsible parenthood. Family who have issues, particularly in the substance, use and abuse, the drug scenario, particularly here in our country. Okay, effects on the body and prevention, and of course the control, and emotion wordless as part, and when to refer to our guidance counselor is also part in there. And then of course how to make anecdotal report as a PE teacher. Again, we are not a counselor here, but rather to strengthen our intervention program to help our students in this time of pandemic using physical education. Now to go back, let me continue. So, oh, I'm almost done. Now, what I'm trying to emphasize here is that we have to create change. We have to create novelty. Now, in our profession, we are challenged now, apart from that, of course, is to design our learning management system with equity and with quality. Of course, from online up to the printing of the materials, up to the online teaching that would support students and well-being. And behind the challenges that we are facing right now, or somebody is scrambling my screen, that we're facing right now, my dear teachers, my dear colleague, in this pandemic, it can be personal challenge, it can be social, okay, because we are far apart, okay, right now, and all we have to do is to call and video conference. And of course, we are dealing with also with our emotional problems, financial as mentioned, and our profession. Let us remember we have our reasons to keep going. And with this, I would like to end. Changes in the individual, particularly us, it changes the world. Changes in the teacher, I'm sorry, I'm not yet done, but of course, oh no. Changes in the teacher, sorry for that, because I was distracted by the scribbles. It changes us in a teacher, in our profession, it changes the learner. Changes in the family that we're having right now, it changes also the society that we're moving around. And when there's changes in our society, definitely it changes our country. And where there's changes in our country, it goes up to the changes in our world. And with that, thank you. In our language, daghang salamat kaninyong tanan. Good afternoon and good evening.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for exploring your thoughts about the topic. Now, I request Dr. K.A. Ramesh sir to give away their impression about the speaker's topic. Dr. K.A. Ramesh.
Please unmute Ramesh. Ramesh, please talk. Unmute and talk. Unmute.
Sharp, audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Very good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to be a part of this international webinar organized by Lingraj College as well as International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association. A wonderful session given by Professor Rosita from Philippines. She pointed out so many update points regarding her topic, particularly during this period. Really wonderful, madam. Mainly you are mentioned and discussed the role of physical education in the time of pandemic. It's really wonderful. I hope your message definitely will help to all the participants. So on behalf of Lingraj College as well as International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science, thanks for your wonderful session, madam. Thank you so much. And I congratulate the Lingraj College for conducting this wonderful webinar. And I would like to thank organizers of Lingraj College for giving this opportunity. And let me thank to my respected Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar sir for channelized my future in the right way always. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So far, there is no questions and chat box. I think so. The madam class is very clear to all the participants. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request Dr. M.S. Pasodi, sir, to give their remarks on the speaker's topic. Dr. M.S. Pasodi, sir.
Pasodi, sir. Please,
I request sir to unmute.
Yeah, madam. Yeah, now you are listening, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very good evening to all you. So it is a wonderful the session. Professor Roshita Hiren, madam, she was a former of that Philippines. We were there in Tao City, and madam was given very wonderful and a beautiful lecture regarding the connectivity of this pandemic session, and she explained everything regarding the this connectivity for the sports and physical education. And madam has clearly said about that regarding the curriculum, how curriculum we are going to develop for primary, secondary and college level, and it is useful for everyone. And madam has given a lecture about this one, the pandemic session, how we are going to take precautionary in elder peoples, and it is a most useful and beautiful lecture regarding Roshita madam. Thank you, Professor Rajesh Kumar. So he has given me as a opportunity, and I thanks to even Lingaraj College of Belgavi, Karnataka. They are wonderful. They organized because Dr. Prabhakar Kure is number of institutions in Karnataka, that too at Belgaum and Karnataka. And this session was very useful for our physical education and sports people, and it is most useful for an profession. Thank you very much, Professor Rajesh Kumar sir, and all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Anoma Ratnakaya ma'am from Sri Lanka to give away her impression on the topic.
Noma, please talk. Unmute and talk. You make course, Anuma?
Yes, sir.
Anuma, please talk.
Can you hear me, Professor? Okay. Professor Rajesh, thank you so much that in your timetable. So when I talk about the professor's topic, and I think it's really important because she's come up with the update information that's really important for in this kind of situation. So I think all the participants can get some idea about what's going on during this COVID situation. And is it important to share with international crowd as well? So thank you, Professor, for your nice presentation. I wish you all the best for come up with new ideas in the future webinars as well. Thank you, Professor Rajesh.
Yeah, Anuma.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Pooja ma'am to take away the session.
For our next session, we have another dynamic personality, Professor Syed Ibrahim, who has joined us. I am glad to introduce him. Professor Syed Ibrahim obtained his UG degree, master's degree, and doctoral degree in physical education from Osmania University. He holds diploma in sports coaching in football. Sir is former principal, head, director, Department of Physical Education, Osmania University. He has published 100+ papers in international journals. He has participated in many international conferences held at London, China, Russia, Istanbul, etc. He is Life President of Indian Federation of Computer Science in Sports. Sir is presently working at King Fahd University, Saudi Arabia. Today, Sir is going to speak on the topic Role of Exercise in Management of Diabetes. The moderators for the same are Dr. Ghansham Dokrat, Associate Professor, Wadala, Mumbai. Dr. Muktimat Umesh Channaswamy, Professor of Physical Education, University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad. With this brief introduction, I hand over the session to Sir.
Sir, you are live. You can go ahead.
Share the screen, sir. Okay, Abraham, sir. इब्राहिम सर क्या हो गया? आवाज आवाज भी नहीं आ रहा आपका। शेयर स्क्रीन करो आप।
इब्राहिम सर, आपका आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है।
स्क्रीन नहीं आ रहा उनका। स्क्रीन शेयर कर रहे हैं। अपना पास है क्या इसका? इसका स्क्रीन शेयर करेंगे। अपन नहीं करें ना सर। ऑडियो ऑन करो सर। ऑडियो भी नहीं आ रहा। सर आवाज भी नहीं आ रहा आपका। शेयर स्क्रीन भी नहीं आ रहा। क्या होगा? आवाज आवाज नहीं आ रहा सर। वॉइस नॉट ऑडिबल। Ramarao, see that you make the host to the sir. Can see?
Sir,
we had met sir.
Rajesh sir, we have already made him a co-host and we have given all the features. But the thing is, there might be some problem with his laptop. So better, sir, if you call him and you tell him.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Already Saidi Ibrahim is a regular speaker many times.
Yeah. Maybe something might have been disabled with his laptop.
He's doing every week is there.
Sir, continually every week.
Every week is there, not doing first time.
Sir.
Mic problem.
next time onwards, will be targeted by every department. Madam.
आवाज नहीं आ रहा है राजेश कुमार इसका, इब्राहिम साहब का।
अभी म्यूट करो, अब म्यूट करो, आप म्यूट करो सर, आप म्यूट करो, आप करो, आप म्यूट करो सर। रामाराव वो होस्ट करो सर को।
हाँ, यस।
हाँ, ओके सर, आवाज आया सर।
Okay, gentlemen, 1 minute. Okay, gentlemen, I'm really sorry that I wasted a few minutes of yours in starting this. Am I able to share the screen?
Yes.
Okay. 1 minute. Not able to see the screen. I don't know what is the problem. Am I able to share the screen, please?
Sir, no, sir.
No, I don't know what's happening.
और एक बार ट्राई करो सर।
कर रहा हूँ। Okay now, no?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, gentlemen, I'm really sorry for the delay. At the outset, the authorities, Professor Rajesh Kumar, the live wire in conducting the webinars, the authorities of Inauguration University, my colleague, Professor Rathod, and all my professional colleagues and the moderators. At the outset, thank you very much. Somebody is trying to disturb it. The presentation done earlier was really an eye-opener for all of us as physical educationists. We all know that in the changing times, our curriculum needs, and Madam has really, done a very important and pertinent, a presentation to update ourselves. One fact before I start my presentation, I would like to tell that each one of us are now responsible for the health of the total society. We know it as physical educationists. And everybody in the world was not trying to see what health is. Now, because of the pandemic, health has become the topmost priority of each one of us. So everybody is now concentrating on the health. Those who have not thought about health, now they are looking into that aspect. So now we need to be careful, utilize this particular situation, because physical educationists, they are looked down by all academicians down in the last rung. situation has given us an opportunity to go most of the ladder, as health is the one which is affecting in this pandemic. So gentlemen, with these few words, I will start my presentation, and this revolves around the role of exercise in management of diabetes. Why I chose this? Because diabetes is one of the risk factors in this pandemic. One of the risk factors. People who are having these hypokinetic diseases like the cardiac problems, the hypertension, diabetes, arthritis, all these, they are the who are mostly under risk, high risk factors. So now, before going into the presentation, let me just go back. As physical educationists, we are not medical students, but we have learned basics about anatomy and physiology. So we know it. This is only a refreshing. And why I chose this, because I already told you it's one of the risk factors, and how we are afflicted with this kind of disease. Diabetes mellitus is a disease. Now, in the human body, as we all know, there are different systems formed by different organs. And endocrine or endocrinology, what we call it, the study of the science of endocrine glands, is one of the systems in the human body. And this consists of, glands. We have endocrine and exocrine. Exocrine glands are one which secrete their enzyme, their chemicals, indirectly through a duct into some other organ. That's exocrine. But here it is endocrine. Endo means direct. The enzymes, chemicals which these glands secrete, directly go into the blood, join the bloodstream. So that's why they are called as endocrine glands. And these endocrine glands, they secrete certain enzyme or chemicals, we call it as hormones. They are called as hormones. And endocrine glands are chemical messenger system. Chemical messenger, they are the messengers, they carry the messages. A collection of glands that produce hormones which regulate the metabolism. Metabolism is nothing, it is making and breaking of the energy, anabolism and catabolism. Then growth, tissue function, reproduction, sleep, mood, etc. All other emotional aspects. Major glands which are endocrine are pituitary, the base of the brain. It's called as a master gland, or it is also called as the bandmaster because it controls all other endocrine glands. Then we have the hypothalamus below the brain, the pineal body in the middle of the brain, then the thyroid and parathyroid at the throat, thymus at the neck, pancreas at the stomach region, stomach and intestine, the adrenal, the kidneys, the ovaries and the testes, the reproductive endocrine glands. So you can see here the human endocrine system clearly indicating the organs. Now, coming to the definition of what is diabetes. Diabetes mellitus, it is called as DM, is a group of metabolic disease characterized by hyperglycemia resulting from defects in insulin secretion, insulin action, or both. If you look at this picture, you can find what diabetes very clearly in simple terms it is explained. We have energy and glucose. Your body needs insulin to transform glucose into energy. Whatever food we eat is ultimately converted to glucose, sugars, and stored in liver as a glycogen. And we need energy. And this energy comes through glucose. The glucose has to break down, and insulin is the one which makes this glucose to break down, convert it to energy, and supply to our systems wherever they are needed. So this diabetes is a disease, metabolic, the breaking and making of energy, where there is a hyperglycemia. Big glycemia means hyper means it's more large. How it comes? Because there is a defect in the insulin, or there is what we call it as the insulin action is not proper, and it may be both. So this is the American Dietetic Association's definition. Now the diabetes estimation and projections. You can see here type 1, type 2, and total from 1994 to 2020, the projection has gone up like anything. Now, for type 1, from 11.5 to 58.5. Type 2, from 98.9 to 502.3. And the total from 110.4 to 560.8. You can imagine, so huge. You know, if you have looked about the novel coronavirus pandemic projection, they said it is from 70 to 120 millions it may go. It's right now 14 or 15, I suppose. So the projection for this diabetes is very, very high. 560, can you imagine? Now, we need to know what is the anatomy and physiology of this insulin or the endocrine gland. So insulin and glycogen, so glucagon, they are the two enzymes secreted by the organ called as pancreas. This pancreas is the one which is responsible for secreting the insulin. So you can see here, the pancreas produces insulin and glycogen. Insulin lowers the blood glucose. Glucagon rises the blood glucose levels. Both things are there. And one should be aware that when I go to the next slide, I will try to show you. You can see the shape of this pancreas. This pancreas actually, if you see at the last figure on the right side, it is in the arch between the stomach and the intestine, and in the shape of a cylindrical, elongated, organ resembling like a sweet corn. Even the bed, small seeds, they resemble like a sweet corn. And it has got some cells called as islet of Langerhans. And these islets Langerhans, they also have two types of cells, beta cells, alpha cells. Okay, gentlemen. So now this pancreas is a dual gland. It is not only endocrine, it is also exocrine. It is like, it is a dual gland. Like in cricket, we have all-rounder. He's a batsman, he's a bowler. So also pancreas is an exception in the endocrine glands. It is an organ which is exo cum endo, dual. So we will be only concentrating on the endocrine gland of the part of the pancreas, which is called as the islet of Langerhans. So now what happens? How the body regulates the blood glucose. When there is low blood glucose, the signals are sent to the pancreas to release glucagon. Glucagon, I said, is an enzyme which increases the glucose levels. And in the liver, glucagon triggers the release of glucose into the blood. So when there is low blood, when the blood glucose levels are down, hypo, then there is a signal sent to pancreas to increase through glucagon. When there is high blood glucose levels, what happens? It signals the pancreas to release insulin, because insulin breaks the glucose. Insulin enables the cells to use the glucose in the blood. So then there will be a normal, blood glucose levels in the blood. Now, if you look at this, what you can call it as the, there is a small video.
First, you need to understand three things. Glucose is the body's main source of energy. Glucose comes from the fats in it. Glucose is another cells. But animals are so different. Glucose provides energy for your body so you can walk, run, and move. It's something without glucose. The pancreas, a organ near the stomach, makes a signal. Insulin acts like a key to unlock the cells in the body. When the cells are unlocked, glucose can enter. Glucose is the main energy in the blood. Instead of the cells, glucose can be used for energy or for fuel.
So this is how the energy systems in the body utilize insulin to see that the energy is given to the working cells. Okay, now the road to type 2 diabetes. We have here a chart which clearly speaks what should be the level of your glucose in your body. When you're normal, the AC1 test, this AC1 test or HbA1 test is a simple blood test that measures your average blood sugar levels over a period of 3 months. It is not just now, or maybe it is 3 months, the average it gives. So the AC1 test, it should be below 5.7%. Fasting glucose sugar levels, 99 mg/dl or below. And glucose tolerance test, 140 mg/dl or below. This is normal. That means you're a healthy person. Pre-diabetes, that means you're now standing outside the door. Just near the door is pre-diabetes, just entering now. The AC1 test, 5.7 to 6.4. The fasting glucose, 100 to 125 mg/dl. The glucose tolerance test, 140 to 199 mg/dl. This is pre. So now when you become a diabetic patient, you enter the room, it should be, it will be 6.5 or above, the AC1 test for 3 months. The fasting blood sugar, it will be 126 mg/dl or above. And the glucose tolerance test, 200 mg/dl or above. So this is how the road is leading to diabetes. Diabetes just ahead, you can see this from a normal reaching to the 200 mg/dl, which is the type 2 diabetes. Now, what are the clinical features of diabetes? The symptoms: polyuria, large amount of urine, polydyspia, the thirst. We all have a person who is suffering from this, you'll have thirst. Appetite, always you feel hungry. Asthenia and loss of weight. So these are the clinical features of a person who is a patient of diabetes. What is the history of this diabetes? It started actually in 1621. Thomas Williams discovered the sweetness of urine, hence the name of diabetes mellitus has arisen. Somebody is disturbing.
Sir, kindly unmute yourself, sir. Say it, sir.
विराम सर अनम्यूट करके बात करो सर. अनम्यूट करो. हाँ.
Near Abhi is coming?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So you can, the earlier slide, I couldn't, nobody here?
Sir, you can carry on, sir.
Okay. Then in 1776, Matthew Dobson identified glycosuria. It's called the excess of glucose in urine. Then in 1889, Claude Bernard and von Mering discovered in the same year that pancreatotomy causes diabetes. That is, some of the aspects in the pancreas, they cause diabetes. Then Frederick Banting, 1921, successfully extracted insulin, gaining the Nobel Prize for this great discovery. Then, basically this was done. Then in the year 1922, Leonard Thompson, a 14-year boy, and Elizabeth Hughes, a 14-year girl, were the first patients to be treated with insulin. Then diabetes was thought to be a kidney disease long back in the Greek and Arabic culture and mythology or methodology. Now, predisposing factors of IDDM, that is IDDM means insulin-dependent diabetes mellitus. What are the factors which cause diabetes? Heredity, that is you inherit. If you're a healthy person, you give a good gift to your children. But suppose if you have some kind of a problem, like people who suffer from diabetes, the parents, they give a gift to their child, and the child may inherit this disease from him. Then histocompatibility, that is, somebody had a surgery, grafted, and the person from whom the graft was taken, any tissue, he had diabetes, so inherits that. Virus infection, of course, nowadays virus infections are going on, and this pandemic is one of the factors for virus infection. Seasonality, that is what type of season you are in. And cell-mediated immunity, that is immunity dependent of antibodies. See, we have what we call it as the resistance capabilities, where we have antibodies which try to fight the virus and the bacteria coming from outside. So yeah, our immune system should be highly, charged, should be up, so that we will not face any kind of health issues later on. Now, again, coming to the diabetes, the cause factors, it may be a sedentary lifestyle, no activity at all, no physical activity at all, excess of food. We like, many people say that I like food. I say, why? I don't stop. You eat, but don't try to consume so much that you have no space for water also. And if you take large quantities of water, they will accumulate. You need to use it. Obesity, that's what we call it as obese person whose BMI above 30 and above kgs per meter square. Then stress, because stress is the gift of this millennium. Stress is a poison, slow poison. It affects every system of the body. And everybody now is under stress, anxiety because of the pandemic and various other factors. Family history, as I've told you, inheriting from the parents, increasing age. Even age is one of the factors which ultimately land you into diabetes. Of course, age, if you're active, age doesn't matter. Nothing comes to you. So you should be active and consume a healthy diet, because these two things come together. It is not only the exercise, it is also the nutrition, which is going parallel. If you have exercise, no control over the diet, no good. If you have diet and no exercise, no good. So they both go together like the track of a rail which parallel, never meet. Then fate of the absorbed glucose. Whatever we eat, I have told you, the food what we take is ultimately converted to glucose, and it is stored as glycogen in liver. Now this glucose, which is consumed by us, converted by the body, the digestive system, the muscles use 50%. The liver cells, they have 30%, and the fat cells 5%. Now, metabolic aspects, the key organs in diabetes, I have already clearly indicated. It is the pancreas, which is the main organ, and it is the liver where it is stored, the glucose is stored, and it is the muscles which try to use muscles and all other cells. And it should not have hyperglycemia. Hyperglycemia means more of glucose in your blood. There should not be anything. Now, classification of diabetes mellitus, DN. There are two classifications. One is primary diabetes. The second is secondary. In the primary diabetes, we have what we call as the healthy diabetes. That means you're a healthy, normal person. But once you land into diabetes, type 1 and type 2, you're abnormal, you're diseased person. So we have what we call it as type 1 diabetes, where insulin secretion is down, and type 2 diabetes, we have more insulin, but that insulin cannot convert the glucose which is there in the human body or in our body. So in type 1 diabetes, the big three symptoms are constant thirst, frequent urination, rapid weight loss. I still remember one of my student. He was also a cricket coach. Later on, he became my colleague. He was a very healthy person, but he started losing weight. Once I saw him while coaching the cricket team, or university team, I found him, he's losing weight. I told him, what happened? You're losing weight. He said, no, I'm very healthy, sir. I don't have anything. But I told him, please go in for a test. And then he went for the test, and then he found out that he is a diabetic patient. So he said, he always says, sir, you saved my life. So this is how the diabetes, the symptoms may not be there sometimes, but still you become a patient. So the insulin secretion, type 1 is less. Type 2, there is secretion, but it doesn't work in reducing the sugar levels in our blood. So here you can see what I have told very clearly here, type 1 and type 2. Here insulin, the receptors there in the cell and the glucose is there. The receptors doesn't accept the glucose inside because they have not been acted by insulin. But here in type 2, there is insulin, there is glucose, the receptors are also there, they are locked. Now, for the type 1 diabetes, the symptoms, there's a weight loss, as I've very clearly indicated, extreme tiredness. You do little work, you feel tired. There is a blurred vision. Many people who are diabetic patients, their number of the lenses increase slowly as age progresses. Going to the toilet frequently, especially in the night. Recreation, you go to the toilet, urination. Every 1.5 hours, you just try to go. Increased thirst, because there is output, you need water, more water. And testing for diabetes 1 is fairly painless and only takes few seconds. Nowadays you develop a new method where you can yourself do it with a machine, small, take out a drop of blood, put that machine, and then it will show you in few minutes what is the sugar levels in your body. So do not ignore the warning signs. So you see your doctor as soon as possible. So now you have a look at this video. Type 1 diabetes.
Once these cells are destroyed, the pancreas can no longer make insulin. Glucose can't get to the cells to be used for energy. And there's no key to unlock them. Glucose goes up in the blood. This means that the cells don't get the energy they need. Insulin injections can help. Develop type 1 diabetes. The insulin in the shots replaces the insulin their bodies can no longer make. Keep these things in mind. Diabetes affects the way the body uses glucose. In type 1 diabetes, there's no insulin to unlock the cellular. Glucose gets locked out of the cells and builds up in the blood. If glucose can't get into the cells don't get the energy they need.
So gentlemen, type 1 diabetes very clearly indicated that there is receptors in the cells. These receptors, just like a door locked, and the glucose cannot get in because the door is locked, and ultimately they try to enter, but it cannot open. And then they come back into the blood circulation. Thereby, there is hyperglycemia, increase in the blood glucose levels. That was the type 1 diabetes. Now going to the type 2 diabetes, the symptoms of type 2 diabetes, you have frequent or excess urinations as in type 1. Then we have what we call it as the frequent or excess thirst, feeling tired through the day, feeling hungry often, quite often, slow healing or healing of wounds and cuts, difficult to heal infections, darkening of skin, blurred vision, unexplained weight loss. So we come to the second part where the type 2 diabetes. This is what we call it as the type 2 diabetes. These are the symptoms which cause the type 2 diabetes. Now, confirming the diagnosis of type 2 diabetes, fasting plasma glucose, if it is 126 mg/dl or higher on 2 separate occasions. Mind you, it is not one. You need to take 2 separate, tests. Don't confirm it in one, because sometimes there may be problems in the lab and then there may be a mixing up. So you need to take 2 separate tests on 2 different occasions. And the HbA1c test, which is done, which gives you the glucose levels for 3 months, 6.5 or higher on 2 separate occasions. Oral glucose tolerance test, 2 hours post OGTT blood glucose, 200 mg/dl or higher. So if it's on 2 different occasions, that means you are having the, what you can call it as the levels of the fasting, of the HbA1c and oral glucose tolerance on these lines, then you are now a type 2 diabetic patient. As I explained, the type 2 diabetes, there is insulin present, more insulin present, and there is glucose, but this insulin which is present cannot convert the glucose into energy. So this is the situation in type 2 diabetes. In type 1, we don't have insulin, but in type 2, insulin is present in large quantities, but they cannot convert the glucose. Hence, again, the cells will be deprived of the energy. And this glucose again goes back to the blood circulation, keeping it, high level of glucose, that is hyperglycemia. Now again, you'll have a small video on the type 2 diabetes.
प्रेम सर 15 मिनट्स में करो सर.
Okay.
Insulin arrives at the center, it hits a limit. The lock doesn't work the way it should. The glucose hits another cell. affects the way the glucose. In type 2 diabetes, insulin from the pancreas can't cells. Allows the
So gentlemen, that was type 2 diabetes, wherein glucose is there, the pancreas releases more glucose, for some time it acts, then later on, that is utilized by the cell, but later on the pancreas has malfunctioning, it cannot release glucose, and again, the sugar levels in the blood go up. That's type 2 diabetes. Now the secondary classification of diabetes, it is gestational diabetes, we call it during pregnancy. That's women having pregnant, they increase their blood sugar levels, but later on it may not be. Malnutrition related diabetes, then diabetes resulting from pancreatic diseases, hormonal diseases, drug and chemical induced diabetes, and genetic syndromes. So this is the secondary diabetes. Now impaired insulin secretion causes, if there is less of insulin, which is secreted by the pancreas, what happens? There's a decrease in the number of beta cells, because beta cells are the one which release insulin. By 40 to 50%, the cells are reduced. That's why insulin cannot be produced. Amyloid material secreted by beta cells interferes with recognition of glucose signals. So the glucose signals are restricted because of some material released by the beta cells. And it is the reduced activity of glycokinase. ATP production reduced inside the cell, that is the adenosine triphosphate levels, they are very, very reduced. Closure of the potassium channels decreases. Entry of calcium reduced, because calcium is the one which starts the initiation for contraction, and release of insulin is also reduced. So these are the impaired insulin secretion causes. Then insulin resistance, because this is for type 2 diabetes, there is a resistance of insulin. Insulin is there, but it is resistance. Receptor defect, because the receptors which receive the insulin, the dose, they are the receptors. And there is post-receptor defect after that. So in the receptor defect, the decrease in affinity to see that the glucose entering the cells, and decrease in the number of the receptors. Then in the post-receptor defect, glucose transporters are very less, intracellular utilization is not there, enzymatic activity is reduced. Now these are the vascular complication. Vascular means the vessels, blood vessels. Macrovascular complication, micro, big and small. What? Coronary heart diseases, cardiovascular diseases, peripheral artery diseases, periphery means in the last, periphery. Retinotherapy, the eyes, neuropathy, problem of the nerve, and nephronopathy. Nephron is the kidney, renal failure. So these are the vascular complications of the diabetes. You can see very clearly I have indicated all the organs which are there. And the symptoms and the prevention, very clearly indicated. We have talked about the symptoms very clearly, the hunger, weight loss, that is numbness also. Then another factor which I just forgot to tell you, there is numbness in the foot and in your hands and feet, you feel tingling sensation. There's frequent urination and extra fatigue, always thirsty. So these are the symptoms. You can see here this one figure showing on the right side affected, on the left side normal, a normal person, a no person affected with diabetes. So preventions are there, we will talk about it later on. But major complication from diabetes, because of the blood clotting and other things, there is amputation, heart diseases are there. Then we have kidney failures, renal failure, damaged blood vessels in the brain, and also a stroke. So the brain, it has got the blood vessel, they hemorrhage, and then they clot there, and then you'll find that that particular part where that has, hemorrhaged or clotted, on the right side, if it is there, left side will not work. If it is on the left side, right side will work. It's a stroke. So these are the major complication from diabetes. Now, what are the treatment of diabetes? How you are going to, overcome this? So there are three aspects in this: lifestyle modification, then taking insulin, or oral hypoglycemic agents. So in the lifestyle modification, what are the things you need to do? First is exercise. I said exercise is the best medicine for everything. It is the watchword, even for physical education, exercise. Apart from the diet control. Diet control, that is what type of food you're taking. Smoking cessation, that is you need to stop smoking and alcohol, all other things. So what you need to do, all diabetic patients must be on that, taking insulin or oral therapy, whoever it is that, if affected, he should also have control over his diet. Overweight should be reduced. If you're obese, you try to reduce your weight. When it fails, next step is drugs or insulin. And then consume carbohydrate, fiber-rich diet, apples, delays its absorption, avoid rapid elevation of blood glucose levels. And the calories should be tailored to the need of the patient. Carbohydrates 50 to 55%, fat 30 to 35%, protein 10 to 15%. So this is with regard to the lifestyle modification. And coming to the insulin part of it. Unstable diabetes and insulin dependent diabetes, type 2 diabetes, you need to take this. For those who are in type 1 diabetes, unstable diabetes, type 2 diabetes, pregnant diabetic patients, surgery, all diabetic patients, and dietetic coma. Landed into, where you don't have feeling, you're now having in coma. Then oral hypoglycemic agents, you can see anti-diabetic medications are there, big one of them. Insulin is the main important. All other things are there in medicines which are prescribed as, oral hypoglycemic. Hypo means less, to reduce your sugar levels. Now, 80% of type 2 diabetes is preventable. How? By lifestyle changes. You can help yourself. Somebody need not to help you. You need not to go to a doctor. You yourself can help. How? By getting regular exercise, eating a balanced diet, giving up smoking, lowering the cholesterol levels. Because cholesterol is nothing, it is the fat deposited in the blood vessels. Up to 85% of the complication and deaths related to diabetes can be delayed, prevented, or treated. How? With the regular medical care, healthy diet, exercise, and careful monitoring. Now, the important thing which I started, with the physiology and all other aspects, now it is the medicine, dealing with it, the topic. Exercise and workout tips for diabetes. As I've told, exercise is the best medicine. So reduce your risk of diabetes by exercise. 30 minutes of exercise can reduce the risk of diabetes by 40%. Can you imagine? What are the exercises? Swimming, dancing, cycling, brisk walking, and all other things are prescribed here, like walking, tai chi, weightlifting, aerobics, cycling, dancing, swimming, stretching. The type of exercise which can be done by diabetic patient, we have already talked about it: aerobics, strengthening exercise, flexibility exercises. So as physical educationists, we know this. Now, exercise prescription for diabetes. I have very clearly indicated here, maybe the time constraint. I will go through this very fast. So here you can see the mode of exercise, frequency, intensity, and duration. The cardiorespiratory, that is large muscle activities, 3 to 7 days a week, moderate intensity without any rest, 150 minutes per week. And for 3 days a week, you can do this, or vigorous intensity is encouraged. Either a moderate intensity or vigorous. Vigorous is 90 minutes. The moderate is 150 minutes. Then we need to do resistance exercise because this is cardio for the heart and the body total. But your muscles, they need strength. This muscle, they should have tone. If there is no strength or tone in the muscle, the effort is not taken by the muscle, then it goes to the joint and you start getting problems. So resistance training 3 days a week, moderate to high intensity. 2 to 4 sets of 8 to 10 reps at a weight that can't be lifted. That is, you feel it is just like near 1 RM. 1 to 2 minutes rest in between your sets. So benefits of moderate exercise. What are the benefits you have? You will get weight loss, lower your blood pressure, reduce the risk for heart diseases, coronary diseases, improve cholesterol levels or ratios, control the blood sugar, which is very important, reduce back and joint pains, improve balance, reduce medications, increase self-confidence, the psychological aspect, and reduce the risk for fall. As you age, there's always a risk of falling and breaking your bones. So aerobic exercises, running, walking, cross-country, cycling, swimming, dancing, roller skating, skipping, basketball, rowing, and resistance training, multi-joint exercise, progressive, large muscle groups, like bicep. I need not to tell you, everything is there. All the machines which are there in the gym, you need to do it for your hands, for your leg, back, everything. You need to do it. So the challenges: physical activity, metabolic deregulation, and reduced oxidative capacities. So the challenges which you need to face as a diabetic patient. So rated perception of exertion and medicines. So there are medicines being taken, and also the other things, what is being done as an exercise. But with this in mind, the heart rate and blood pressure will not be the best indicator of how hard you're working. So there is what we call it as the RPA Borg scale. This Borg scale is to know your heart rate. It's starting from 6 to the range is from 6 to 20. 6 is no exertion at all, and 20 being the maximum effort. So this scale correlates with the person's heart rate or how hard they are feeling when they are working. So you can see here that from 6 you need to go to 20. And the risk reduction, if you take medicine, 31%, but if you have lifestyle changes, it is 58%. Now, what affect exercise blood glucose response? Exercise, the type, mode, frequency, intensity, duration, timing, and training status. This needs to be taken care of. Then the environment where you're doing, heat, humidity, cold, altitude. Most of the people, they try to do some exercise indoors. Indoors, of course, we have the effect, but that is not the same as you do outside. Regimen changes, starting glucose, blood glucose levels, circulating insulin levels, food intake. Then bodily concerns, the physical and mental aspects, the stress levels, nutritional status, hydration, because hydration is very important. Even you need to talk before exercise, during exercise, and after exercise. You need to hydrate your body. Muscle, liver, glycogen levels, the glucose levels, menstrual cycle phase in women. Now, hypoglycemia associated autonomic failures prior the hypoglycemia, going down prior exercise. There are different studies which have very clearly indicated the effect of exercise in diabetic management. There are various studies I have noted down a few, one where exercise has clearly indicated that they could control the diabetes. So there are studies here which are there. Literature has a lot of research done on that, and the results are very positive. Now, pre and post exercise blood sugar levels in 1 year. A person who has indulged in exercise, the pre-exercise blood sugar exercise levels were 140, and after 1 year of exercise, it was 100. And exercise metric levels starting and the 20 sessions, that is metabolic equivalent task, MET levels. At the start of the session, it was 1.4 mph, 0% grade. At the end of the 20th session, it was 2.9 mph, 0% grade. That was increase of 48% increase in the workload. The first session and the 20th session in aerobic timing, in minutes. Session 1, 9 minutes. And if you go to the 20th session, it was 29 minutes. Now, coming to the second aspect, as I've told you, exercise, the best medicine. And along with that, in the parallel aspect, it is diet. The diet. So natural diabetic treatment, it is, as I've told you, you can help yourself by controlling your diet. You can see various food items here, which you need to be very sensitive if you are a diabetic patient. Now, diabetic superfoods, you can see various foods here. And here there is one example given. Fill 1/4 with a whole grain or starchy vegetables. Eat a small amount of fresh fruit. Fill 1/4 with a lean protein in a 9-inch plate. Fill half with non-starchy vegetables. Drink skim or 1% milk. So these are the example for a diabetic patients. You can see the best foods for the diabetic patients. Here there is a list what you should do, what you should not do. Eat fish, cheese, salad. Don't take snack and fried foods. Take water, green juice. Don't take soda and fruit juices rich in glucose. Take fresh fruits. Don't eat bread and bakery products. Low carbohydrate cakes you can consume. Don't take sweets and cakes. Sugar-free ice cream. And you need to take sugar-free ice cream because we have, nowadays developed, all which are for diabetic patients. Don't take ice creams. Real meat you can take. Avoid processed meat. Then vegetable pasta, you can take it, but pasta with meat, don't consume it. Burgers without bread. Burgers and fries should not be taken. And take red wine and spirits. Of course, this is a different question. Avoid bees and cockroaches. So these are the diabetic food list, which is just a model, but you can consult your doctor, your nutritionist, to know what are the foods you can take, what are the foods you can avoid. And don't forget, diabetic patient has to exercise as it should be made a way part of your life, along with the lifestyle changes of taking a diet. Control the diet, which is less. I have already described in this. So there are the diabetic foods very clearly. Even there is one study which says that aloe vera is very, very good for the treatment of diabetes, because anything which is sore helps to reduce your diabetes. Anything which is sweet increases your diabetes. So anything sour, bitter, like bitter gourd and other things, and especially aloe vera, they have done research and they said that this is because it's very, very bitter to consume. So gentlemen, diabetes, health, it's in your hands. The health is in your hands. You can make it or you can break it. So thank you for listening patiently. Thank you very, very much. And thank you, the authorities of Lingaraja College and Professor Rajesh, for giving me this opportunity to present before you or share my thoughts. They're just sharing. I'm not attending new. Thank you very, very much. Over to the moderators.
Thank you, sir, for such a valuable and informative session. Now, I request Dr. Ghanshyam Doklat, sir, to share his opinion in few words.
So please unmute karo co-host. Doklat sir, please. Doklat sir, please. Unmute.
Okay. Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, madam. Okay, thank you. Good evening, one and all. It's my pleasure to say a few words as a moderator of the renowned personality in the field of physical education and sports, Professor Syed Ibrahim, sir. Sir has taken a very burning issue of the globe, that is the role of exercise in the management of diabetes. Firstly, I congratulate Professor Syed Ibrahim sir for more informative and realistic situation he has presented. Dear friends, physical exercise has been considered as one of the cornerstone in the treatment of diabetes mellitus along with nutrition and medication since from the last 100 years ago. Especially when you have type 2 diabetes, the physical activity is an important component of your treatment plan. Sir, you have enlightened us about the various system of body, especially about the functions of endocrine system, diabetes estimation and projection, insulation of and glucogen, the predisposing factors, that is IDDM. Sir mainly focus on the diabetes type 1 and type 2. Sir also explain about the symptoms of type 1 and type 2 diabetes. The classification of diabetes, impaired insulin secretion causes and insulin resistance. Sir also explain the vascular complication due to the diabetics. Sir highlighted that about the treatment of diabetes, how to control diabetes with modification in diet. Sir also told that 82% type 2 diabetes is preventable by only exercise. Professor also highlighted some tips of exercise and workout in this presentation. What affects blood glucose responses before and after the exercise. Sorry, lastly, very important point raised, that is the what to eat and what not to. That is especially about the aloe vera. Once again, I congratulate Professor Syed Ibrahim sir for sharing the knowledge to the physical education teacher, sport coaches, and all the people who are suffering from this diabetes chronic disease. In the last
Thank you, Gasham sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor Umesh Muktamat to share his opinion.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to all. Just we had a wonderful presentation that is role of exercise in management of diabetes by the eminent personality in the field of physical education, that is none other than Professor Syed Ibrahim, sports scientist from King Saud Petroleum University, Saudi Arabia. The topic is the really a need of the hour, and I don't want to tell all the things already. Our one more moderator, Sir Gansham sir, has already explained about his presentation. He has covered all type 1, type 2, and endocrine system, human organic system. Everything is thoroughly explained. I feel he is more than a doctor, I think. And he said that in this thing, in modern life, the diabetes is not at all a disease, but it is a friend of human being. And exercise is the only medicine to overcome the diabetes. And he said, we the physical education scientists or teachers are dealing with the human health. So we are equal to the medical doctor also, sir. Yes, you are right, sir, as you said. And sir, we are very much thankful for your for sparing your valuable time with us, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. And at the same time, I thank the KLE Society Chairman, Dr. Prabhakar Kore, sir, for encouraging the physical education department to organize such an international webinar. And at the same time, I also thank Dr. Ramarao, who is the organizing secretary for this, and all Lingaraj College authority. And last but not least, I thank Professor Rajesh Kumar sir from Usmania University, who is behind this all nowadays in pandemic situation. Sir is organizing so many national and international webinars. So thank you very much for the who you are helpful for the whole physical education fraternity, sir. Thank you one and all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. For the last session, we have an outstanding and passionate personality amongst us, Dr. Kaukab Azim. It's my honor to introduce him. Dr. Kaukab Azim is currently working as Assistant Professor in Department of Physical Education at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, Saudi Arabia. His expertise lies in health education, fitness, nutrition, sport activities, weight, and training. Dr. Kaukab has produced outstanding bodybuilders of national and international reputation. Dr. Kaukab possesses strong background in fitness and bodybuilding as a former bodybuilder and an international fitness and bodybuilding coach and university chief coach. Sir has won gold medal in International Strength Lifting Championship at Kingdom of Bahrain in the year 2015. He has received Best Research Paper Award at International Conference on Sports Medicine and Fitness in the year 2015 at Chicago. Dr. Kaukab received Best Teacher Award in the year 2015 at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals and has recently been awarded by the Directors of Board of International Science, Culture and Sport Association, Turkey in the year 2017. He has received highest international award from International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association in the year 2019 at World Congress on Sports Science and Medicine in Kingdom of Bahrain. Dr. Kaukab is invited round the globe and has delivered 32 lectures as a resource person, and he has published more than 90 research papers in various international journals. He has published one book as principal investigator. He has completed 5 internal projects and also involved as a co-investigator in 5 internal projects at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. He is a member of editorial board of 17 international journals. He is currently the Vice President of World Strength Lifting Federation, President of Asian Strength Lifting Federation, and President of International Federation for Fitness, Health, Physical Education, and Iron Games. Today, Sir will be speaking on the topic Physical Fitness and Well-being. The moderators for the same are Professor Bhaskar Salvi from India. He is a professor of physical education, Mulund College of Commerce, University of Mumbai. Dr. Ram Mohan Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Physical Education, Pondicherry University. With this, I hand over the session to Dr. Kaukab, sir.
Good evening, one and all. The organizing committee of Lingaraj College, my friend Professor Rajesh Kumar, Head and Principal, PG College of Physical Education, Osmania University, the President of International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness, Sports Science Association, Professor Lakshmikant Rathorji, the Principal of Nizam College, the earlier esteemed speakers, the moderators, delegates and friends. I'm really happy to be part of this one-day international webinar and like to thank the organizing committee and Professor Rajesh Kumarji for inviting me as a speaker. Today, I'm going to talk on the topic, the prevalence of health, physical activity and well-being, which is very beneficial in the present day situation. And already the earlier speakers, they had enlightened on many aspects of health, and I will try my level best to deliver on aspects on health and well-being. So the summary line is here about the introduction of health, threats to global health in the year 2019, the major causes of death in India. So it will give us a small picture. So how to prevent from these diseases, physical activity and well-being. the life stages. This I have given and brought from my own experiences, what we are dealing with our students and clients, my contribution in the research, the conclusion about the presentation, and my recommendations to take away home. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity, according to WHO, World Health Organization. I request our delegates not to play on our screen. Please don't waste your time and our time. We take a lot of time to come and present our presentations. Please, please don't play on the screen. Please don't waste your time and my time. Calm minds brings inner strength and self-confidence, so that very important for good health, according to Dalai Lama. A healthy diet, exercise, screening for disease, and coping strategies may enhance a person's health, according to Kokabazim and et al. In the year 2019. As we know, we can buy anything in the world. Can we buy our health? No, we can't. We can buy anything, Mercedes, BMW, a villa, we can buy anything. Once you lost your health, it's difficult to get back health. Health is like a glass. It is broken. If you joint also, you can see the mark in the glass. So we have to take care of our health like a very prestigious and very important thing. Healthy development of child is basic importance. The ability to live harmoniously in a changing total environment is essential to such development. The extension to all peoples of the benefits of medical, psychological, and related knowledge is essential to the fullest attainment of health. Governments have a responsibility for health of their people, which can be fulfilled only by the provision of adequate health and social measures. And you can see the dimensions of health: physical health, mental health, and social health. Absence of disease and disability, ability to accomplish daily tasks and activities without undue fatigue is called physical health. Mental health, absence of mental disorders, ability to meet daily challenges, social interaction without undue mental or emotional problems. Social health, ability to interact effectively with other people and the social environment. We are adjustable. And as a human being, we have to be very cordial, and we should be maintaining a decorum between us, and we should make other people laugh. At least one person in our daily life, in the daily, we have to make them laugh. So this should be our aim of every day. So this is social health. We are trying to make other laugh. We want to make them happy. This should be in our life, not to irritate, or this called as sadist people. Sadist people always want to instigate, want to make you angry, want to fight. These called sadist people. So today's situation, in today's present situation and the days which we are going now, we have to make ourselves happy. Everybody should be happy and should be together. The health continuum, you can see very clearly here with this. The continuum exists between optimal health and the death. So when you born and until the death, you can see very clearly, if you are normal health, you will have a well-being in the opposite positive direction. But if you are not caring yourself, if you are not active, you are not doing exercise, you are not taking proper rest and proper diet, what will happen? Slowly, you will move towards the negativity, that is less, and towards the death. So living with many diseases taking a lot of tablets. So this is not the life. Living with diseases, living with a quality of life. To maintain quality of life, you have to exercise, maintain good diet every day, and your lifestyle. These three things are very important to maintain a good health. And these are the threats according to the WHO in the 2019 air pollution and climatic changes. The worst things which will damage your lungs and affect on your health negatively. Communicable diseases, global influenza pandemic, fragile and vulnerable settings, antimicrobial resistance, Ebola and other high-threat pathogens, weak primary health care, vaccine hesitancy, and dengue and HIV diseases. These are 10 threats globally in the year 2019. We have major causes of death in India: heart disease, chronic pulmonary disease, strokes, diarrheal diseases, lower respiratory infections, tuberculosis, neonatal disorders, asthma, diabetes, chronic kidney diseases. This by the reference by Global Health on July 11, 2019. That means India is facing this all problems. Why? Because due to many major things like inactivity, poor lifestyle, no exercise, taking wrong foods, and you're not taking any proper medications. Due to this, we are facing these problems. In healthcare system in India, India is becoming a hub of medical tourism. Neglected issue in India as a major attention drawers are agriculture, infrastructure, and information technology. Resources in rural India is a major concern of the day, leading to the most of the problems. So villagers have no access to the healthcare providers. Infant mortality rate is 34%. 1,000 births, lack of nutrition cause stunt growth in 50% of all the babies. This is referenced by Ruby Pandey, 2009. Physical activity and well-being. Scientific evidence that regular physical activity, exercise and fitness. Gentlemen, please unmute yourself. Scientific evidence indicates that regular physical activity, exercise, and fitness are a key determinants of health. Physical activity is responsible, reasonable, and strong means for prevention of diseases, improvement health, and well-being, according to WHO World Health Organization in the year 2003. Regular physical activity is important throughout the life cycle, childhood to old age, according to Roy J. Shepard in the year 2013. Well-being is the state of living, having health, happiness, and prosperity. He who takes medicine and neglects to diet wastes the skill of his doctors. This is a Chinese proverb. For example, you are taking medicine, and if you're not taking a proper diet, that means you are wasting the skills of doctor. That is the Chinese proverb. And you can see very clearly here the pyramid. It shows like about the rest, muscular activity, physical activity, aerobic sports, lifestyle activity, and physical activity. For any sport like soccer, People, you know, they used to go for every Sundays and they want to play soccer or cricket. This is not for you because you are inactive for a week or for 1 month and suddenly you want to play some sports. It needs a higher fitness level. All these sports are for a fit people. People in general, they think that I will play today soccer for fitness. No. Sports, it needs a higher demand of fitness. So you can go for some fitness activities. You can go for a walk. You can go improve your fitness level. But suddenly, if you go for some type of high intensity needs, you know, if you go, you maybe leads to some injuries. It has a negative effect on the health. So please go for fitness, but don't go for like soccer or cricket suddenly, so that you will have a negative effect on the body. So you can go for like muscular activity, you can go for swimming, you can go for some aerobic sports. So this will improve your quality of life. And we need some like a exercise in a group, so that you can encourage yourself, and it's very good to motivate the group, and don't exercise individually. Try to be in a group, and you can improve a lot in the group. Benefits of exercise. Everyone benefits from moving around childhood to age. The more you move and the more often, more benefits you will gain. The benefits balance the negative like injury. Exercise helps people with chronic symptoms and improve their overall quality of life. Reduces risk of certain types of cancers, colon and breast cancer. Physical activity is important at all stages of life. Benefits of exercises. Pregnant women who stay fit can reduce the risk of excessive weight gain, diabetes, and depression. Older adults can reduce the risk of fall-related injuries. More workouts may spell good news for your memory, attention, and risk of anxiety and depression. It's also worth gold for your executive functioning, that is the ability to plan your life, get organized, and control your emotions. To enjoy the glow of good health, you must exercise, according to Jean Tonnet. Physical fitness is the most important means to a healthy body. It is the basic of dynamic and creative intellectual activity, according to John K. Kennedy. These are the 5 ways of well-being. Be active, keep learning, give, connect, take notice. So be active, play, exercise, and involve in some dance. Keep learning, try something new always. Give your time and appreciation. Connect to your family, friends, and community. Take notice, be curious, and be aware of what is going on around you. This is more important. Then you can see the zones of comfort zone, that you are in a good health, and wellness on the positive side and illness on your negative side. So if you're doing exercise, surely you will improve your wellness. The days has gone then when the people only talk about the fitness. Now, presently, people talk about the wellness. There are 7 dimensions of wellness. Everybody knows about it. What are that 7 dimensions of wellness? Not only physical, social, occupational, and these all comes under wellnesses. Then these give you concentration, because I'm giving you this chart according to my experiences. Up to 30 years, mostly without disease. Mostly 90% people, they don't have any problem when they are under. I'm young, I will not get any problem. But prevention is better than cure. They think that, okay, I will not get any problem. I'm very young. So they take wrong foods, or maybe they have a bad lifestyle. So they don't want to involve any physical activity, but they have to go for some physical activity, regular aerobics, to keep them fit. Why? Why we should be fit? Because to prevent yourself. Prevention is better than cure. Then 30 to 40 years may be affected with 1 or 2 disease, changes in the body composition. After 30, 40 years, you will see that they will get the tummy, and they increase the body weight, because you have to do regular exercise, avoid harmful habits, avoid unhealthy foods, learn to manage stress, because this age always have lot of stress, because family matters, job, we don't know, day to day we have some type of problems in the life, so we have to cope up the stress in a nice way. Then 40 to 50 and 50 to 60 affected with 1 or 2 diseases, because due to the body composition changes and increases, waist and hip line circumferences increases. According to the Diabetic International Federation says, if your waistline is more than 39 inches, that means you are prone for cardiovascular and diabetes. So you have to take care of your waistline, which is a symptom of the disease and the problem. Natural medicines, you have to take care with, you have to concentrate more on the natural medicine. Be natural, regular exercise, reduce body composition, 5 kgs. If you reduce 5 kgs, you can reverse your diabetes. This is the new research. Many of them reduce 5 kgs. You can maintain good hypertension. 5 kgs you have to reduce. And regular medical checkup. 60 and above, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, osteoatrophy. That means you are in that zone. You have to be very careful. So as we age, the demand of the fitness, demand of your good diet is increases. So you fall in that category, and that means you have to be very careful. You have to do more exercise. Take more rest. Strict diet, reducing regular checkup and medicines, lifestyle with low intensity of exercise. If you are doing low intensity of exercise with resistance training, your lifespan increases. If you are with age and you're doing high intensity of exercise, the research says your lifespan goes down. You will reduce. And especially in this pandemic, if you're doing high intensity exercise, it will affect on your immune system. But low to moderate, if you're doing exercise, your immune system improves. So high intensity exercise in this pandemic and also with age is not advisable. You have to keep this in your mind. Okay, he says exercise, that means you will go and you will do 100 kgs bench press like a 19 years boy. No. Systematic exercise program is important. Structured, planned. Unstructured program, unstructured training leads to have a negative impact on the human body. You should do proper program to improve yourself. These are my contributions of impact of physical activity on body composition, flexibility, and muscular endurance. It was presented at Pre-Olympic Congress in the Liverpool in July 2012, published the full paper in the proceedings. Influence of combined strength. This is a new very good protocol, combining strength with aerobic training. This is not a single training protocol. It is a combined training protocol, and selected fitness on overweight means. So it was published, presented in the International Congress on Sport, People and Health at St. Petersburg, Russia, and was published in the Proceedings. Influence of resistance training on health and selected physical variables among males, and it was presented at, in the International Conference at Chicago and published in the Journal of Sports Medicine and Doping Studies. Influence of different intensities of strength, anaerobic power, and explosive power among males was presented at 34th World Congress, Ljubljana, Slovenia, and was published in the supplementary in the sports British Journal of Sports Medicine. Impact of aerobic cross training and coronary heart diseases and biometer variables on obese males, and it was published in the ISI journal. And these are the conclusions. Physical activity is very important for one and all. Research indicates that physical activity is vital in controlling certain types of diseases. In present day, especially, children are inactive and they are engaged and attracted by tabs, laptops, and mobile phones. So our most of the children, they are habituated for the screen time. They have to reduce the screen time, and they have to go for some involved in some physical activities. India is the capital of diabetes, and also many people are affected from cardiovascular diseases. 17 million people are affected. So what we have to do, we have to take care about your diet, exercise. These two things are very important. Exercise and diet, it should be in combination. So without, wasting the skills of the doctor, like Chinese proverb, that you are wasting the skills of a doctor. So if you are taking a medicine, you have to do exercise. If you do exercise only, you can 100% you can improve yourself. My recommendations: exercise is a medicine. Everyone should engage in physical activity and well-being. Health checkup every year, because prevention is better than cure. Improve the knowledge. Read some good books about exercise, nutrition, and health. To be your doctor, first of all, you should know, you should have an interest about your health. Nobody can help you. You have to help yourself. First, take balanced diet and maintain in and out of calories intake. Why we get this problem? Because in and out of calories. And present day situation, how many calories you are taking? Because you are not burning your calories, you are not doing any activity. That means if you are storing 500 calories, you put on weight. For example, your body needs 2000 calories and you are taking 2500. That means 500 calories will be added to and it will be your every week you will increase your body weight. So in and out of calories, how you will calculate your calories? What is your body weight? For example, your body weight is 100 kgs. 100 kgs multiplied by 24. 2400 calories you need in a day. So if you burn 500 calories, you can maintain a good health. 1900 calories you need in a day, or 2000 calories. But if you take 3000 calories, that means definitely there will be changes in your body composition. When changes in the body composition, 100% you will get the problems in the future. Cope up the stress in a nice way. Don't respond to the people who are arrogant, who want to instigate you. Relax, cool. Fight and reverse the type 2 diabetes through exercise, diet, and natural medicine. Days are gone when people say that, khalas, now you get diabetes, you will die. No, now, presently, no, because I know many situations, they come to us as a professionals and we have treated them. You can reverse the type 2 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is nothing, it's like a friend. If you treat like a friend, and if you take the low glycemic foods, and you should take 6 small meals in a day to maintain your blood glucose level, you will never get these problems, and you can reverse it. I'm challenged that you can, and I know many of the people, they have reversed it presently with the changes in the diet. If you take more carbo, your blood glucose level, increases. So you have to take the low glycemic foods. If you go on internet, you will find the low glycemic foods and you can study about it. So then improve your cardiovascular health and follow systematic aerobic program. Take warm water early morning and after the meals. This is a Japanese technique. The highest obesity rate is in US and the lowest obesity rate is in Japan. Why? Because due to their food habits and warm water. Then prefer 4 different colors of fruits and vegetables. Don't take ice creams and chocolates. Replace it with fruits, natural fruits, seasonal fruits, vitamin C fruits, good for health. Maybe for diabetes, they have to take fruits. Take vitamin C fruits. And vegetables. Broccolis are very good. Broccolis are very good for the diabetic people. And vegetables are one of the, I will say, like a medicine to fight for diabetes. Take more vegetables in a day. 4 fruits with different colors, 4 vegetables with different colors. This is, the suggestion by the International Nutritional Federation. Take minimum 8 glasses of water in a day. But summer, we need more. You can take more because if you have thirst, you can take more. According to the environment, according to the situation. But minimum you have to take to flesh out, to clean your system. You need 8 glasses of water in a day. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak in this international webinar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative session with valuable recommendations. Now, I request Professor Bhaskar Salvi to share his opinion in few words.
Yes, thank you very much, madam. Now I must thank to Dr. Kakabazam. Nice, sir. Good evening to you. How are you? Fine, sir. Yes, sir. So today's your presentation on prevalence of health, physical activity, and well-being. Sir, very nice presentation. You have covered many things in this on health. The summarize as the introduction, threats of global health, 2019, major causes of death in India, physical activity and well-being, life stages. These are the you have covered in your lectures. That the definition given in health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. Like this, I also cover the World Health Organization healthy development of the child is a base importance. Like this definition you have published very nicely. Also nicely defined dimensions of health, just like physical health, mental health, social health, you have covered and explained very nicely. Health continuations. And but threats you have mentioned 10 threats to the global health 2019, just like the various 10 have explained in air pollution, climates, non-communicable disease, global influence. These are the many things I want to explain in major causes in India death. Heart disease you have explained in India, many heart disease death in India, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, strokes, lower respiratory infections, asthma, diabetes, chronic kidney diseases. These are the in Indian death clinics you have mentioned in your health presentation. Healthcare system in India. India have healthcare. 50% of all village have
no access in the health providers. In fact, of the mortality rate is 34% as per the 1,000 live and births. Like this, you are present in nicely the physical activity as well being you have mentioned in your lectures. Pyramidic, that have shown the physical activity pyramids, just lifestyle, aerobic activity, aerobic sports, muscular activities, rest, flexibility activity. You have nicely explained and given the examples of this one. And that table shown in pyramid wonderfully is the benefits of exercise. Exercise, everyone have the benefits of improving around the childhood to old age. Exercise is important. Health is important, you have mentioned. The 5 ways of well-being, just be active, keep learning, give your time to appreciation someone, connect family, friends, and these all are mentioned in your session. Very nicely you have present, sir. And lastly, conclusion, your one sentence is the physical activity is important for one and all. Everyone have to physical activity, do the exercise, keep fit for health. So we are for the healthy is well-being for us. With this, I must thank to organizers given me opportunity to share my views on this your presentation. Thank you. I must thank to Dr. Rajesh Kumar, President of International Federation of Fitness and Social Science, Sports and Social Sciences Association of India. Dr.
Thank,
Rajesh Kumar also, and Dr. Lakshmikant, Principal of Nizam College. Thank you. Thank you very much to
thank
all.
you, sir. I request Dr. Ram Mohan Singh to share his opinion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. On the outset, I would like to thank Professor Rajesh Kumar from Osmania University, Rathore sir, Nizam College Principal, and the Lingaraj College for organizing this lovely webinar. Kaukab Azim sir is very well known around the world. So wherever he goes, we can find him emphasizing on exercises and health. So this webinar also, though in detail, Bhaskar sir had given an explanation. In short, I would like to say we could see the pain in Kaukab sir's when he is telling that how much he wants people to exercise and we don't do it. It is in our hands. He has time and again, he has said that exercising our body, our health, our well-being, everything is in our hands. We can do, there are so many types of exercises which we can engage in, but we don't have the commitment to do it in a proper planned manner. So really would like to appreciate Kaukab Basim sir, who has time and again forced or urging or appealing to people to do some form of exercise to see that they are very healthy, very, very well, and very safe. I thank Rajesh sir and the organizers for giving me this lovely opportunity. And once again, like to heartily appreciate Kaukab Azim sir for continuously forcing on good health and wellness among the people in the world. And not only that, he is just telling it, he has all the research work so meticulously collected, so hard work, so much of hard work he has done to collect and present to us with evidence. This is a lovely physical education research work and presentation that he has given to us. I would like to wholeheartedly thank him and also the organizers for getting people like Kaukab Azim sir to share their wisdom with us. I once again like to thank you all for this lovely opportunity. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Before we conclude, I would like to make some announcements. We'll be sharing the feedback link in the chat box. Kindly fill the feedback forms with your valuable inputs, and you will be receiving your certificates within a week to your registered email. Now, I request Professor Rajesh Kumar, Principal, University College of Physical Education, Osmania University, Hyderabad, and President of International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, all the participants. On behalf of International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association. I thank Lingaraj College for conducting a wonderful webinar, international webinar on physical, psychological, and spiritual discipline, a key to well-being in new normal. Special thanks to the Dr. Prabhakar Kore, Chairman KLE Society Belgaum, and Principal of Lingaraj College, and my friend and student Dr. Ramarao, Foreign Secretary for this webinar. Special thanks to our keynote addresses, Sri Pullela Gopichandji, and coordinator Dr. Amit Malik from ELMS Foundation. And special thank to Dr. Lim Bunwai, speaker from Malaysia, and moderators Professor K. Chandrasekharan from India and Professor V. Satyanarayana from India. And special thanks to Dr. Meena Bobde Madam. She has wonderful presented a paper today. How psychology will help during COVID-19. And special thanks to moderator Juniper Hegre and Suchita Rao Madam. And another nice presentation by speaker Professor Rosita Ampias Arnani from Philippines on how physical education will be a new normal well-being. Dr. K. Ramesh and Dr. Pasodi from India has moderated the session. Then we are having a Professor Saeed Ibrahim from Saudi Arabia. He has also presented a wonderful paper on role of exercise in management of diabetics. Moderated done by Dr. Ghansham Dogret and Professor Umesh Makram from India. And a special last session, Dr. Koko Bazim. He has shown how to maintain the physical fitness and well-being of a person. And he has wonderful presented his paper, and nicely collaborated by Professor Bhaskar Salve India and Dr. Rammohan Singh from India. Anyhow, this is one of the wonderful webinar we have organized with 500 participants online. Every time the participants are from the 10 countries, as per my knowledge, Philippines, Indonesia, Pakistan, and Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Sri Lanka, Malaysia, and other countries. Around 75 participants in the 500, they are from other countries. I hope it is one of the wonderful webinar. And tomorrow also, we are going to have a world webinar on sports science and sports medicine. I wish for that Dr. Koko Bazim organizing for tomorrow webinar on a grand success. I hope all my colleagues also participate in the webinar, and we will be in touch for tomorrow, today's webinars on 26th and 27th. I wish everybody good luck. Thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's Ramarao. Sir, thank you so much for the
रामाराव बोल दो, खत्म कर दो.